Good morning, sir.
Yes, very good morning, Dr. Sugantika. How are you?
Yeah, good. So happy. So I would like to know whether you'll be giving certificates for the presenters and also the participants.
Yeah, I'll check that out. Certainly, there is certificate for the presenters. So, of course, by this month itself, we'll be giving it to you. Yeah, definitely. Yes.
And participants?
Yeah, participants. I'll just check out with the conference committee. But presenters, certainly, yes.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Because many of our staff have participated.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome, Salam, Mr. Yunus Bhaiya. How are you today?
And thank you, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, alhamdulillah. Welcome on the day 2.
Sir, can you please repeat about participants certificate, like attendees, when are they probably going to get?
If you have submitted the attendee's name with your registration form,
Yes,
then
sir.
definitely that will be under process. By this month itself, you'll be
Okay,
getting.
sir. Yeah, okay, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
We could have given it today itself, but since we are all working from home, so yesterday I did the conference from the office. So one day we are going to the office, the other day we are working from home. So that's why the delay will be there. So, but within this month itself, all will be getting the certificate of the presentation. And those of you who have filled up the name of the attendees, so we look into the registration form, and then the concerned, they will prepare it and we'll send it to you through the email.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Most welcome.
So we have included 2 more participants. They were interested. So we have included, and I've sent a requisition letter also, for which I didn't get any reply. Could you make arrangements for those 2 also?
Are they attendants? I mean, attendees?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Please, kindly also forward the email through which I'm communicating with all of you. Kindly, please forward me there as well.
Yes.
Let me have a look, and then I'll update the committee. Yeah.
Sure. Thanks.
We'll just start within next 5 minutes time. They are all. We'll just start with the next 5 minutes time. Thank you.
So I have one more query since we are starting. So can I ask, sir?
Please.
Yes, sir. So how we will get to know about the publication, like whether the paper is going to be published, accepted for publication? What is the process of it?
Did you inform all those things when you did the registration for the publication's interest?
So publication interest means in the form it was not there whether we are interested in publication or not. It had a basic details which we filled and we submitted.
Okay, no, I think there was on the call for paper itself in the website, there was the information regarding the publications. Okay, you can go back to the website of the conference and the details are mentioned there for the publication related information. But however, most likely next week, I will be sending an email to all the participants here regarding the publication. Yeah.
So in the website, it only says the charges for the publication and like the best papers and all. Like whether we are interested or not, it is not mentioned, sir, in it. Anything like this.
So those who are interested, I think they have given the fees and other thing for both registration and publication as well, as mentioned in the website. Yeah. But never the case, next week I'll be emailing all the paper presenters here regarding the information about the publication.
Okay, sir. Yeah, fine, fine.
So, Prof. Bipin, how was your class yesterday? You have to unmute, Prof.
It was good.
Okay.
In fact, I think all the 13 came.
Oh, fine.
And, we had a good interactive class
Very good.
where I did get them to participate, and it was interesting because all are matured students.
Exactly. Exactly. It's wonderful.
Yeah, we can think alike.
Yeah,
Yeah, that is the beauty of teaching the adults.
exactly, Prof.
I think some of the students are here today. Some of the students are attending the conference today.
Yeah.
I can see their names here.
Okay. That's great.
Good, good.
Yeah. So we can, I think, start now.
Yeah.
Okay. Dear participants, keynote speaker, as we had yesterday, Prof. Sulu, the Honorable Vice Chancellor for Binary University, the respected attendees who are here today, good afternoon from Malaysia, good morning and good evening from wherever you have joined. Myself, Professor Dr. Asif Mahbub Karim, the head of the research, Binary University, and the Dean of Binary Graduate School, also the co-convener for this international conference on cross-cultural leadership in higher education, beyond the pandemic, overcoming challenges and seizing opportunities. Welcomes you. This 2 days international conference had 18 papers altogether. So 10 of them we saw being presented yesterday with the keynote, and in 2 days of Researchers Carnival. 8 of them will be presenting today, either in the effective technology in the classroom, pandemic-based educational research, innovative educational practices and leadership, culture in the educational context track of ICCLE 2021 from Malaysia, China, India, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Namibia. Truly an international event with global researchers in the e-platform. Binary University was established in 1984 and is a 5-star rated university in Malaysia. Besides producing talented graduates through quality education, Binary University organizes international conferences on a regular basis. Education and culture are both as old as time. Both are shaped by time, which is why in an increasingly globalized world, a key challenge for education is developing leaders with cross-cultural competencies. As Plato, in his 4th century text he included a line relevant to today's conversations on global learning. The soul takes nothing with her to the next world, but her education and her culture. For Plato, these two concepts of education and cultures were not just inseparable, they were indispensable. Cultural interaction has become more prominent than ever before. With a few clicks, one can now message someone from another continent. Institutions of higher education provide promise for the development of global leaders by developing global learners. The most successful leaders will be those who possess cross-cultural competencies, a deep understanding of various people, and a sincere appreciation for diversity through learning cultural sensitivity. With that note, dear participant, let us begin the 2nd day of this international conference and the Researchers Carnival at ICCLE 2021 organized by Binary University. To start our day 2 session, we would have a look on a corporate video on Binary University. So as mentioned, the university was established in 1984 and one of the oldest private universities in Malaysia, rated as a 5-star excellent university by the Ministry of Education, the only university in the world that produces industry specialist professional graduates or ISPs, Malaysia's first entrepreneurship university specialized in producing entrepreneurial managers, entrepreneurial IT professionals, entrepreneurial accountants, and entrepreneurs, patronized by international students from over 60 countries. International recognitions are very important for us and for any universities. Among the other recognitions, we are recognized by the Association of Commonwealth Universities, International Association of Universities, by UNESCO, by Association of Indian Universities, MQA, the Malaysian Qualification Agency, then UK NARIC. That's how the front view of our campus, another view of the campus. Let's look into a short corporate video. Please enjoy the video.
Binary University was established in 1984. It's the oldest business school in Malaysia. The university actually is focused in management, IT and entrepreneurship education.
At Binary University, we believe in producing wholesome students. This means that we focus not only on the academic performance of students and academic activities, but also on non-academic activities.
The mic mute-ல தானே இருக்கு. வீடியோ ஒரு ஆரோ ஃபிளாஷ் போட்டு மைக் இப்படி இருக்கு. ஆனா மியூட் வருது.
Classes are very interactive. They're very related to what's going on in business and in industry. Students are able to interact with each other, get to know each other. Very often we put them into small groups, small clusters. Maybe if you've got a classroom of 20 students, you may have 4 groups of 5 students. So you may have 4 different case studies, all being analyzed and discussed.
Our university is good for 2 reasons. One is, of course, the academic part of the degrees that we provide is recognized internationally, and we are a specialized university. We produce graduates who are industry specialist professional graduates or ISP graduates. The industry specialization gives graduates the competitive advantage to work anywhere around the world in the industries they have chosen to specialize. And this is the reason why that Binary enjoys the highest graduate employability among all universities in Malaysia. We have 96% graduate employability compared to the national average of 75.
Through this, I met many business people and entrepreneurs who shared their knowledge with me, and I learned many aspects of entrepreneurship from them.
The Asia Center of Entrepreneurship in Binary University has exposed me and my friends to the relevant people in the various industries who have shared with us their experiences, their successes, their failures and fears along their journey on entrepreneurship.
Okay, I hope you have enjoyed the presentation on the binary university. So let us begin with our main part of the academic paper presentation. Today, as you know, is the day 2, second day of the international conference. And today we'll see 8 academic paper presentations. So each presenter will be getting 10 minutes to make the presentation, then followed by 5 minutes of question and answer session. And for today, our moderators are Professor Bipin Chandra and Dr. Osaro. So they'll be moderating the question and answer session. So our tracks today are pandemic-based educational research and effective technology in the classroom track. These are the 2 tracks on which the papers are to be presented today. Our first presenter, the title of the presentation is Fatima College's Resilience in Education During the Pandemic, a Sociological Perspective by Dr. Meena Kumari, Assistant Professor and Head Department of Sociology and Social Work, Fatima College in India. Over to you, Dr. Meena Kumari. You can start sharing your screen, please. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, one and all present here. I am Dr. Mrs. Meena Kumari, Head and Department of from the Department of Sociology and Social Work. My friend Dr. Rajalakshmi will sharing the screen for me. Dr. Raji. Thank you, Raji. So the title that I have chosen for this particular international conference is Fatima College Resilience in Education During the Pandemic, a Sociological Perspective. Next slide. Just before going into the giving the gist of this particular paper, I wanted to highlight the research insight that I got. When the World Health Organization declared coronavirus as a pandemic in March 2020, immediately after a month from May 2020, Fatima College started giving a telephonic counseling, because at that time people had a lot level of stress, depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. As a coordinator of this particular telephonic counseling group, I started doing content analysis. So I did that content analysis from May 2020 to December 2020. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please carry on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So the content analysis of the data that I have done was nearly for 6 months is nearly 20% of the students, they have a lot of problem in pursuing their higher education, because at that time the government cancelled the public examination, and 30% of the calls were from teaching fraternity, because mostly they just need to shift from offline class, or what do we call it, as the normal chalk and talk or normal classroom methodology to digitalized platform. So there was a lot of stress among the teaching faculty. And another very important thing is, even in certain counseling clients or counseling calls we got from the head of the institutions, having some sort of queries of how they are not able to cope up with the whole scenario. So with this insight, what I thought in the sense is how Fatima College as an institution is going to handle this pandemic situation, especially this digitalized platform in using for effective teaching learning. So with this whole insight, I just came with this paper, Fatima College Resilience in Education During the Pandemic, a Sociological Perspective. So to begin with, Fatima College, it's a postgraduate research institution which is affiliated to Madurai Kamaraj University. The college was a Catholic minority institution, and it was under the control, and it was run by St. Joseph Society of Madurai. The college was started in the year 1953. Nearly it is a 68-year-old institution. When the college starts its inception, it had only 63 students. But currently now there are nearly 4,100 Fatimates, so-called the students of Fatima College call themselves. The college has 21 undergraduate programs, 14 postgraduate programs, 2 professional programs, and 6 research centers. So this is the background of Fatima College. So the aim of this particular paper or this particular research is to scientifically analyze the structural and functional perspective used by Fatima College to bounce back in its teaching learning structure during pandemic. The next, the research methodology used by the researcher was the descriptive research design. This is a scientific method which involves observing and describing the selected case in a very objective manner without being influential or without influencing the thing. So I'm just dividing the whole thing into two perspectives. One thing, the structural perspective approach that was handled by Fatima College as an institution even before pandemic, and during the pandemic or in the course of pandemic, what are the various things that they used in order to bounce back? The first thing is, before the pandemic, when we assess or when we analyze the structural functional perspective of Fatima College is, it always encourage ICT enabled pedagogy. It is a Wi-Fi enabled campus. There is a specialized lab for e-content production. Language labs are there. Skill-based courses which encourage students to develop their skills systematically. And there was a mandatory computer literacy program. This I need to mention. Actually, only due to this particular program, the college is able to bounce back very soonly when it comes to students. Because once when they enter into the undergraduate program, there is a mandatory computer literacy for all the students, and this will be a off-class program. That is, after the regular program, all the students, they have to equip in this particular computer literacy. And a unit which is known as a dynamism, the sixth unit, the sixth module being introduced in all the courses. And this dynamism mostly will be concentrating on the current events, which is a very important highlight in this particular module system. And we have customized courses. And apart from that, we have the Fonde and the foundation courses. Fatima College Online Digital Education and the foundation course, which give a clear understanding about digital learning, both for arts and science group of students, especially to have interdisciplinary insight. So these are the structural functional approach that was being practiced by Fatima College even before pandemic. And now, during the course of pandemic, once when the college or when the institution needs to shift from offline to online, these are the important methods or measures taken by Fatima College in order to bounce back. The most important common platform that was used for online teaching by Fatima College was Webinar Jazam, Zoom, Google Meet, Cisco Web, etc. And G Suite and ERP was also mandated. Here, one thing I just needed to mention, in the beginning, that is in the beginning of the academic year, June, the college went for Google Meet. But at that time, there was no G Suite. Individual teachers, they will be creating mail IDs, they will be creating links, and they'll be sharing with the students. Actually, logistically wise, the college had a lot of problems because every time the students need to log in a new account. So there was a lot of waste of timing from one class to another class, a transition student waste data. There was a lot of timing. So understanding this particular program, the institution got this G Suite, and the whole G Suite was institutionalized, and specialized IDs were given to students and the faculty, and common classrooms were created through G Suites. So that this just give a provision that the student, they need not shift from one link to another link. On the contrary, every staff who have that particular app, they will be entering into this platform. This particular thing was very safe, and also logistic wise, it just was very successful. This was the thing that was taken care by the Fatima College. And the next, it will also use flipped classroom and blended rooms through Google Classroom, Moodle, Zoom, Imdo. And another very important thing is the departmental activities were updated through Blogspot. And for developing e-content, though we have a lab through online, no, we need to create videos and we need to share it with the students. So for that, the institution mostly advised or mostly just gave importance to Screencast-O-Matic, Loom, Presentation Tube, etc. And apart from this, the students are also motivated to enroll in more courses. These are the important things that Fatima College as an institution did for the Fatimites who were pursuing their education. But the institution did not stop with this. It also went a step ahead. Apart from the normal teaching methodology, during this pandemic, Fatima College did not miss even a single thing, because the whole motto of Fatima College is to give a holistic education not only to its students, but also to the stakeholders, to its alumni. So with that in mind, even during the pandemic, parents meet was regularly organized through webinar jams. Whenever parents got any queries, immediately it was taken care of. and group counseling and individual counseling for Fatimates was regularly conducted. Telephonic counseling was organized for the public. Alumni meet was systematically conducted because most of our alumni, they came with some problems and they need to have some sort of solutions from the alma mater. So it was also taken care of. An active function of all clubs and other co-curricular activities was very much interactive and very much well organized. Apart from all these things, even during this pandemic, along with Madurai District Collectorate Office, the institution, they engaged in vaccination survey. That is, they made a list of people who vaccinate themselves in order to know the background. So that was also helped by the institution to the Madurai District Collector. So this was the thing that was done by the Fatima College during pandemic. So from a sociological perspective, the most important theory that that as a researcher, what I thought in the sense is two theories suit Fatima College growth or resilience or just to bounce back during this pandemic was the Piaget's theory and the Jack Mesiro's transformative learning theory. The nucleus or the most important thing of both theories in the sense is continuous learning and effective teaching practices surely will improve teaching effectiveness or teaching learning effectiveness. This was meticulously carried out by the management and it was meticulously done by all the staff members of the Fatima College. So because of this particular module, the institution was able to achieve its target. To conclude, the motto, the very motto of Fatima College is lead kindly light. So Fatima College always led a light with a lot of kindness in it. And moreover, it just concentrate not only the Fatimates who are the current students during this pandemic, but also it just gave a lot of importance to all the stakeholders, its alumni, everyone, the surrounding community. A need-based thing was done by the institution. So till now, to conclude, I presented or my paper was totally on the basis of a scientific thing or a scientific manner. But coming out of my scientific temperament with a lot of ethnocentric attitude, I just wanted to conclude my paper. I wanted to give 4 lines from a very famous short story writer, Mr. Jayaganthan. Hope everyone, most of us, we were aware of Jayaganthan. Though he's a Tamil story writer, always from a sociological perspective, I see him as a social activist. But each and every writing gives some sort of social insight. I just wanted to quote 4 lines from a very from this particular short story, Agraharathu Pune. The title itself is very controversy. Agraharathu Pune in the sense, a cat in a Brahminical setup or a cat which lives in a Brahminical community. He starts, maybe I can use 4 Tamil sentences and then I'll try to translate it. Engal ஊர் மிகவும் அழகானது, எங்கள் தெரு மிகவும் அழகானது, எங்கள் மனிதர்களும் மிகவும் அழகானவர்கள். அழகு என்றால் நீங்கள் எதை நினைக்கிறீர்கள் என்று எனக்கு தெரியாது. ஆனால் என்னை பொறுத்தவரை எதை நினைக்கிறோமோ அது மனதிற்கு சந்தோஷத்தை கொடுத்தால் அது மிகவும் அழகானது. So this is how he starts the whole thing. In the sense, he will start with the thing. My place is a very beautiful place. My streets are very beautiful. My people are very beautiful. The author will come with the question, I don't know what you will think of beauty. But according to me, when we think of something, and if it gives a lot of happiness and blissfulness, surely it should be beautiful. So with this ethnocentric note, I just owe that my Fatima, my Maryland, my Fatima as an institution is always beautiful. And it just gives a lot of blissfulness to the stakeholders and to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Meena Kumari, for the presentation on Fatima College's resilience in the education during the pandemic. Okay, may I kindly request the moderator first, Dr. Osaro, for any clarifications or question, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Asif, and good top of the day to everyone present here in this conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Meena Kumari. Your presentation was blissful and made me happy. I'm sure it made every other person happy. So in that note, we will conclude that your presentation was beautiful. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. It was really good listening to you. We in the education sector that were equally faced with this COVID-19 pandemic would agree with very many things that you said, and most especially, we've learned a lot from your presentation, from the case study of Fatima College. So drawing from your wealth of experience, I personally, and I'm pretty sure some other people, I will be echoing their sentiments here, we want to know what were the major challenges that you faced from transitioning from pre-COVID-19 era and deploying all the Zoom and all the online platform to excellently executing it during the COVID-19. Were there any major challenges you faced?
Yeah, personally, as a social scientist, because my subject was sociology, and as a social scientist teacher, one of the greatest challenge that I personally perceived as a teacher in the missing of emotive in the classroom. So digitally, we were able to transfer only the content, but the emotional setup of the students, we were not able to consider, we were not able to take into consideration. Because the students only the lecture they'll be listening, but on the contrary, in the classroom setup, just by seeing the eyes of the student, we will be able to tell whether my child is all right, whether my child is having any problem in the classroom. But on the contrary, especially during this online, during this digitalized learning, we didn't miss anything contentfully, but that's emotional part, it was totally missing. This was the greatest lacuna that I personally feel that as a teacher and most of my students missed.
Okay, that's great, because when you were presenting, I was closely following your findings to see one or two things I could pick from there. So as a sociologist, as a teacher, and as an administrator in the school, what would be your recommendation going forward to fill up this very important part of the classroom learning? Able to assimilate the emotions of the students, to adapt it to your teaching style and your classroom engagement. What will be your recommendation? I mean, speaking not only to Fatima College, we also want to learn from this. And I'm pretty sure a global audience, also want to learn from this. So what would you recommend to the schools going forward?
See, Fatima College always we will be having a SWOT analysis. We will be analyzing the weakness and immediately we will be coming with the opportunities. So when we just come out with this particular finding that the emotive part is missing, we have a system which is known as the mentor and the mentee system. A group of students will be allotted to each mentor and we will be handling. So immediately the college came with an idea of creating small WhatsApp group.
Okay.
And each mentor, they just very systematically followed the mentees. And this will be done only off class. So one side, the educational thing will not be violated or educational thing will not be missing. But off class now, the students' emotional setup will be also taken care by the mentors. So when it is a very small group, it's something like a group counseling. When a problem is being identified by the mentor, it's like something like a group counseling. When the problem is identified by the mentor, immediately from group counseling, it will be shifted to individual counseling.
Okay.
So whenever the child is having some sort of emotional problem, that was also taken care.
Okay, I see. That's good. Thank you very much. In your full paper, did you highlight limitations of your study?
I didn't find any limitation because I was very much, I have did this as a case study.
Okay, as a case study, but it would be good to also include some limitations like, for example, it would have been more impactful if you have interviewed some students. Maybe they would have given you their own perspective concerning the emotive part. That can be a limitation you can add to the paper, before it's published.
Based on this, I'm working, I understand. Based on this, I'm working on another paper.
Oh, I see. I see.
Which is a totally exploratory paper. It is not a descriptive paper. So I just don't want to mingle these both papers.
Oh, okay. That's good. All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Meena Kumari. It's been a great time discussing with you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Saro. Prof. Bipin, your views, please. Thank you. Prof, you have to unmute kindly. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Dr. Meena Kumari, it was a pleasure to listen to your presentation. It was
Thank you.
comprehensive, and I am very glad to know that there are many innovative methods used by your college to reach out the students. And I'm also surprised that you even carried out the co-curriculum activities. I think mostly must be the meetings of the clubs. Of the sports side, of course, you cannot do it. But then my question is, how is the motivation? How do you rate the motivation of the students to your tools that has been prepared? How do you find the students' motivation from the viewpoint of attendance, what do you call, taking down the notes, preparing the assignments, answering the assignments, and all that?
Technically speaking, I have not used any research tools, so that I'll not be able to give you the apt answer for your question. But just apart from a researcher, apart from a scientific, as a teacher, I can just answer. Nearly 60% of the students, they were very happy with this online platforms, or especially with this particular Google Classrooms, because earlier they need to listen and they need to take down notes. Simultaneously, they need to do both. And apart from that, they need to refer. But now, especially during this particular online teaching, what happened in the census, every faculty, we make a lot of effort in posting all the notes through our Google Classroom, which is very easy for the students because they have a lot of time. They can just nutshell it, they can comprehend it. Because even now, when students, when they started coming for offline classes, they're expecting the same. They're listening to the class, but finally they're... Okay. So the rating may be...
Yeah, another question student, I would ask
is out of 5. In a Likert point scale, I'll give 3.
Okay. Now, another question is, how is the impact of mentor-mentee program that you have carried out? Has it been done for some time, or you just started this mentor-mentee program?
See, actually, Fatima College, nearly more than a decade, we have this particular system, which is called as the mentor-mentee. The whole students, they will be divided into, divided under small groups. They will be under a control of a mentor. So earlier, before the pandemic, individually, the mentor-mentee, very systematically, they will be meeting and they will be discussing mostly about their career problems or the emotional problems. But during this pandemic, we just completely lost. Initially, at least in the first 3 months, we lost because we were fully concentrating only on the educational platforms. But again, we just came with a lot of things that a lot of our students are having emotive problems. So again, the college with its team of members, we shifted this mentor-mentee system to online. That is, we created small WhatsApp group and the mentor will be included in that particular group. We started with the group counseling and we shifted to individual counseling. This is how, this is not a new system for us. This was, we were practicing for nearly a decade, but online now we were implementing.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Meena.
Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Prof.
Yeah, thank you, Prof, for the insightful information. And just to add on to what Dr. Osaro earlier mentioned about the limitation, perhaps what Dr. Meena Kumari may add on, that the study was only conducted on Fatima College. So that's a limitation. Maybe future study can go on to other colleges, have a comparative study, what have been their resilience program during the COVID situation. Perhaps that may be one of the limitation. Since each paper must have a limitation, maybe that is what a limitation can be at this point of time. Thank you very much, Dr. Meena Kumari, for the presentation. Yeah. Now, from Madurai, we go on to Mumbai. Our next presenter, a study on students' perception on COVID-19, a paradigm shift in teaching learning process by Dr. Natika Poddar, Associate Professor, and Ms. Andrea De Cruz, Finance Department, St. Francis Institute of Management and Research in Mumbai, India. Over to you, Prof, for the presentation.
Yes, I hope the screen is visible and I am audible.
Yes, screen is visible and you are loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Good afternoon, one and all. Yes. Okay. So the topic for our research paper is jointly, which I have done with one of my students, keeping in mind the studies based on students' perception on COVID-19, a paradigm shift in teaching learning process. So moving to the introduction, we all are aware about this pandemic, which was all of a sudden, which didn't even leave our education system also to get impacted. So the conclusion of the college brings the significance of having great framework and the preparation to direct internet-based classes, where we were all not mentally prepared. For all of us, it was a sudden shift for our teaching learning process. Now, internet learning functions as an option for eye-to-eye instruction during COVID-19. So when I say option, it is like wherein we are not able to see one-to-one to a student, wherein how it works in offline teaching mode. So the background of our research was e-learning is defined as using information technology to improve the quality of education. The success of e-learning depends on many factors, which we have covered in our research paper. Online testing is based on the principle of work it out yourself. So there are some courses which we have seen in the earlier presentation, also like MOOCs and the SWAYAM platform, all these things works where students have their own pace of learning. It leads to know the required importance of online teaching learning in education during pandemic and students' preference towards paradigm shift in physical education during pandemic. The aim of our research was, this study emphasized on the emergence of online teaching learning method and paradigm shift of physical learning and perception of students on e-learning. The main aim is to describe the state of affairs, involve survey, fact findings, inquiries of students' preference over online teaching methodology. These were some of the literature review which we have gone through in our papers. I will just run through a few of the papers, which was on, the outcome was based upon, like some of the research papers gave a positive impact of the online teaching, and some of the research papers, they have given the negative impact of it. So it was a mixed review, which we have got when we have gone through some of the research papers. This was the another research papers wherein we could see the students were, a lot of happy, the 70% of the students were happy on the online teaching methodology. So another research paper which we have covered. Moving on the research methodology, it was a combination of primary as well as secondary data. So the methodology, the type of research was both descriptive and analytical. So total 514 respondents confined to higher education of Mumbai region we could cover. The data were collected by using primary source through Google Forms sent to different students who are pursuing their studies in different university, and secondary data based on the review of literature and some of the theoretical aspects framework we have taken through secondary data. So tool used were all items used a 5-point Likert scale, and to understand the relationship between the observed and the expected outcomes, we have used the chi-square as a statistical tool in our study. These were our research objectives: to study the impact of COVID-19 on higher education sector, to highlight advantages of the paradigm shift from physical to online teaching and learning process, to throw lights on some challenges associated with online learning process. And finally, the main paper, the main objective based on which our entire paper is ruled about is to study the students' perception on this paradigm shift. These were some of the questions which were covered in our research paper. Do you like the environment of teaching and learning compared to physical education in your college, university? Do you think there is high motivation? Sir, Professor Bipin just asked about this, one of the question to one of our participants. So we have covered, I hope this would answer Sir's question in our paper. Do you think there is high motivation in participation in online lectures? Are you satisfied with the online student-teacher interaction during class? Is the home environment suitable for online class? Is there flexibility in attending online class? Has online class improved collaboration and interactive among students? Does online class accommodate different types of learning styles? Does e-education allow easy access to study resources? Does e-education allow higher education for broader applicants? Does e-education allows the possibility of working with learning? So our research basically was confined to this 10 questions, and 514 responses we could get. This was the summary of our findings of our paper. 36.7% of the students like the environment of online class as compared to physical class. And 31.2% of the students were neutral. They had a mixed opinion, but the percentage 34.4 said they find it high motivation neutral during an online class. 65% of the people strongly agree that they are satisfied with online student-teacher interaction. 56 people are skeptical if home environment is suitable for online class. 60% of the people strongly agree that there is a flexibility in attending online class. 40% of people strongly agree that e-education has given access to higher collaboration among students. 40% of the people are neutral whether online classroom accommodates different learning styles. Further moving for our findings, 57% strongly agree that online education allow easy access. 45% of people strongly agree that e-education allows higher education to a broader range. So if you see the higher percentage of the students mostly are satisfied with the easy access, like as ma'am also presented, she just said about the Google Classroom wherein we upload the notes. Not only that, we have like comparing the offline mode and the online mode, we also can record the sessions now and we can share with the students, which we cannot do in the offline mode. Also at the same time, like the earlier questions, which the further question which says about the possibility of working, we can cater to higher education can be done by the working students as well. So we in our organization also provides the working executive MBA program, wherein we could see, we have done the analysis like the percentage have increased rather when you talking about their attendance. Online attendance has been increased compared to the offline because students are having access from anywhere they can attend their sessions. Even if they are at work or while they're traveling, at least they get an opportunity to listen. They may not be able to interact, but then at least they are not missing on the some important concept. As we mentioned, we have used the chi-square. So the critical value which we have got is 5.89. Since we have laid down the hypothesis also in our paper, whether the offline is better compared to the online mode, the perception of the student. So chi-square value obtained was 7.14, which is greater than the critical value. So we reject the null hypothesis. Chi-square value taking into consideration the level of significance, we came to know that there is a positive relationship between both the categorical value, and we found that there is a significant difference between the shift in teaching method. We all are aware about that shift, but talking about the student perception, we have got the positive response that students are very happy with this online teaching methodology. Yes, no doubt, there were some of the challenges which they have faced and which we have covered in our recommendation. This study helps in allowing the higher education in adopting a blended mode of education. It shows that online learning modalities are flexible and effective source of learning teaching. Students become self-directed learners, a different social and collaborative approach to learning. Like when we talk about collaboration, we have covered in the theoretical framework in our paper, wherein through online teaching mode, we can use some tools like Jamboard. We can use some of the Padlet, which are the collaborative tools with our students, so that the other students also can contribute. It can be used for group discussion. It can be used for giving some of the reflections as well. So this kind of some of the tools we can use in the online teaching, and this tools, if used by the teachers, this makes the classroom more motivation for the more attractive and motivational for the students to attend the session. Apart from the quizzes and other platforms which are there can be used by the teachers, we can grade the students based on the quiz. Immediately I get the response rather than evaluating it in a offline mode. So students get to know immediately where do they stand. We have some faster finger first tools. So such kind of the tools which are there makes the classroom attractive, motivational for the students to attend. Yes, there are some of the recommendations which we would like to give, like induce people to learn and use digital technology and resulted in increasing which will result in digital literacy, because some of the teachers are, which we could see, are not so comfortable using some of the digital tools. So more and more trainings or, such kind of a some kind of a guidance can be given to these professors. Statistically significant difference we have seen in the preference, so we should go for such kind of a blended mode. Still some students face while using online teaching, because internet access to in the rural areas, especially in Mumbai also, there are some areas which are the lower region areas wherein there were no internet facilities during the monsoon season of June to August month, wherein there is a low power cut also, and internet issues wherein students are not able to attend the session. Plus, at the same time, they cannot even afford the smartphones or laptop desktops wherein they can attend the session. So some schemes can be started by the government to provide, free laptops, desktop to students, and in the rural areas where there are bandwidth issues or lack of electricity facilities, so such arrangements can be done. And use of blended mode of teaching in a learning process. Even if there is a new normalcy, we should go for the blended mode of teaching, because we have seen we have all experienced offline mode. We are experiencing now online mode, right? So the blended mode, even if there is a normalcy, we can make use of such digital modes which are there. Even our national education policy emphasize more on, ICT based teaching learning methodology. So we should go for both the modes, keeping in mind this advantages of the online, what we have experienced. So conclusion, COVID-19 has affected immensely to the education sector. Though it has created many challenges, various opportunities are also developed. India is not fully equipped to make education reach all corners of the nation via digital platform. The priority should be utilize digital technology to create an advantageous position for millions of young students in India. It is need of an hour for the educational institution to strengthen their knowledge and information technology infrastructure to be ready for facing COVID-19 like situations which may arise in future again. We have already experienced 2 waves. Now third wave, it is still in rumors, but we should be ready for it. Students are positive as online practice is benefiting the students immensely. It should be continued. One observation which we have when we were discussing with our students, we have even with the faculty members, no doubt the faculty fraternity was not covered in our research, was about the discipline part, wherein this was the further study, can be done based on that. My fellow participants can, take it ahead, wherein the discipline issues which we face during online teaching is like when we cannot see the students. If we tell them to, unmute or on their cameras, they give about the network issues. It may be the honest answer, but this is the, normal answer, common answer rather, I'll say, which we get. Also, there are at times like some of these students who are not having their own privacy in attending the online class. So they are not able to unmute and do the interaction with the teachers. These were some of the observation, but no doubt lowest percentage, which we have taken care of only the major observations in our findings. But these were some of the observations in our findings which we could get from our questionnaire. Like students are not able to unmute because they are not having the friendly environment at their home. It may be due to the lack of the space or due to the more people staying in the house. So these were also some of the problems which students were facing when it comes to the online teaching. These were some of the references which we have used in our paper. Finally, we would like to end our presentation with a small quote given by George Couros. Technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be a transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Natika Poddar, for the wonderful presentation and the end note from George Course. do enlighten us a lot as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to request the moderator this time first with Professor Bipin Chandra. Prof, over to you for some clarifications.
Sir, you are muted, sir.
Prof, you are muted. You have to unmute.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Natika, very comprehensive presentation.
Thank
very
you,
good.
sir.
It covered a wide area. But I have noticed that definitely your response from Mumbai will be positive because the access to internet is widespread and easy. Am I right? So you find that they will have no challenges in going online classes because everything is very easily accessible, whatever internet and whatever platform you use. The second thing is that, may I know the category of your respondents? Are they all postgraduates or undergraduates?
Yeah. So can I?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first question, as you said about Mumbai region, just to tell you, like our major, first of all, the most of the respondents are doing the PG course, and a few we have taken from undergrads also. So out of 519, if I give you the breakup, roughly 300 students are doing the PG course, and the remaining were confined to the undergrads. And moving to the convenience of the Mumbai region, as you are saying, sir, our major band of the students are from, the Vasai Virar region. We have executive MBA also. We have the other regular full-time course also. In both the categories, our major band of the students are from Vasai Virar area, which is considered as the low electricity and the bad network. Sir, in the month of May, when there was the exam due to the cyclone which happened in the Mumbai region, for entire week, sir, there was no network, there was no electricity. And and from June to September, these are the major issues which they face. So since about talking about the convenience, just to say, sir, I don't agree, because we have seen our students are not able to, connect. And even, sir, being the Catholic Minority Institute, our students which are admitted are not of, so financially sound. So they don't even have, laptop or desktop or smartphones also to attend the session. So that is why, sir, we have taken it not from the convenience.
Okay, doctor.
Yes.
Then, despite these challenges, they're still very happy to study online.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
And are they from the same? You have written that it's across the board.
Yes.
Do they come from the same university or they come?
No, sir. So the undergrads which was there are not from the same university. There are some students like due to the lockdown, they are in Mumbai region, but they are admitted to Pune University, or they are admitted to Madurai Kamraj University. Okay. So we have floated the snowball process, sir, was followed, wherein we have told the students in their society or in their vicinity, don't restrict it only to your classmates. Even those who are not from the same university, you can even share this Google form. So it was a mixed universities.
So is it possible that this positive response is from because the students who have answered your questionnaires come from elite area?
So, but as I mentioned, the 300 out of 519, which comes to 70%, roughly 65 to 70% of our sample size, are from, Vasai Virar. Very, very few, like 10% is from, beyond, like only 3 stations are there from the Vasai Virar region, very less percentage. So even if I remove all those things, still the 50% students, in spite of facing all these challenges, they are saying, sir, not only this, they save on cost, the traveling costs, sir, you can say, when it comes to the online teaching. That is the one advantage. And our executive MBA students also, which are there, sir, when they are at workplace, like they can attend the session. So these made them, at least happy to attend the online sessions.
Yeah, because
so,
it is. Yeah, it is a norm that PG students would prefer online.
Yes,
so it will not disrupt their work.
Yes, and sir, even like, sir, these PG students which are there, sir, all these tools which we are using, as I just mentioned, like we have covered in a theoretical framework, like collaboration and all, like as your question was, what motivates the students? So it is me as a faculty, how to attract the students to attend my session. So, sir, even like in our organization, just to share, my few of the colleagues are there here. They will agree to me. Some of the faculty members, so they star the students when they play quiz and they have a leaderboard. So I take a screenshot and I share with my family members. See, I was the leader today. And it is not so possible in the offline teaching more like
Yes, sir.
immediately to. So such things are make the students happy. So it is like an indirect incentives for them in the evaluation process.
Yeah, so it boils down to the creativity of the lecturer.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Natika. I'll hand over to Prof. Dr. Asif.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. May I kindly move on to Dr. Osaro, please?
Okay, thank you. That was an excellent presentation by Dr. Natika. Thank you very much for that. And I absolutely love the fact that you ended it with a quote, which was good also. Thanks a lot. You must have taken your time and effort to present this. Okay, it's an attractive topic and we all know it's a no-brainer. We're all in the education sector. I mean, most of us here. So we will do anything to get more knowledge on how to improve student engagement in the classroom. And I think your presentation takes, I mean, it's like you took it up from where the previous presenter stopped, you know, and enlightened us with some more information, which is good. I like the fact that it was also student-centered. Okay, it makes us to know what exactly the students are thinking of. So what struck me in your presentation was the fact that the number of the student, I think about 33.4% or 34%, found online class interesting, which was a big deal for me, you know, because these days we find a lot of disinterested people with online classes, and it's quite understandable. It's a new thing for many people. So Prof. Bipin, the previous moderator, asked a question, and immediately asked a question. I was like, oh, is it reading my mind? I wanted to find out the characteristics of the population for your study. Okay, so I wanted to know if it was a mix between undergraduate and postgraduate, but you already answered that it was more of postgraduate and undergraduate. So one could easily take this further to do a comparative study to find out, I mean, if there were more postgraduate interested in this online mode than undergraduate, and the reason why. Okay, so but it's obvious that postgrad would really love the online, but the undergrad, you know, that's the time in their life where they tend to want to develop a lot of soft skill, play around, do different things. So I'm wondering if they would really love this online class.
So can I add something? So even what I feel is like undergrads mostly have not seen the world, sir, because they are still in the comb of, you know, you can say like a cocoon there. So they are still under their parents, under the roof of their parents. But when it comes to the PG, so they know like they have to work now, they have to be independent. At the same time, sir, the executive MBA program which we have, sir, so they have seen the life, they have seen the world. So that is why, sir, they are more mature, which I feel. And as you, sir, rightly added, like undergrads, they want to, you know, roam around with their friends, they want to pass time in the canteen, they want to pass time, after the class, going to a place where they can chill out. So this still the mindset is there of the undergrad students. That is what I feel. So that is why we have taken low percentage of the undergrads in our study and higher for PG, being the PG institute, so that this study can help our institute to, you know, use more tools, make our students more motivated in attending. So it was like a learning for our faculty members and for our institute as well.
Okay, that's great. Okay, one more thing. You gather this data using a questionnaire instrument.
Come again, sir? The teacher?
Did you use a questionnaire to collect your data?
Yes, a Google form we have used. Sir,
I see.
Google form, sir, I covered in my presentation. You would like to see it, sir?
No, that's fine.
Yeah. So the Google form we have made, and the 10 questions which I showed in our research questions. So those were asked to these students.
Okay, so what were the options? Was it a yes and no
So
option
the
or?
5-point Likert scale,
Oh,
we
I
have
see.
used like agree, strongly agree, disagree,
Okay.
those kind of a questions, sir. The answer at the end, we have kept an open-ended like suggestions for improvement.
Oh, that's good. That's
So from
good.
that only, like which I mentioned, like few observations which we could find, like the students are, some of them are facing the issues of the electricity or the bandwidth, and the lack of desktop, laptop, those things we could find from our suggestions for improvement in that open-ended question.
Okay, okay. So did you conduct any form of validity testing or reliability testing?
So we have not used the validity testing. We have used the statistical tool of the chi-square to understand. Yes, chi-square.
Did you test the Cronbach alpha reliability testing?
No, sir, we have not done the reliability testing.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Natika. It's been a brilliant, lovely time discussing with you. I wish you all the best as you carry on in your research and academic career.
Yeah, wish you the same, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osado, and thank you very much, Dr. Natika Poddar, for the wonderful presentation on the study of the students' perception on COVID-19 paradigm shift. Thank you very much. Okay. Now we move on to our next presenter, all the way from India. We go to now Namibia. Our next presenter's title is Defining the Future of Instruction in Hospitality Beyond COVID-19, a Hybrid Approach in Higher Education, to be presented by Mr. Gerald Cleot and co-authored by Dr. Simon Chitusi and Dr. Charam Lovo. Gerald Cleot is also a DBA researcher at Binary University, and Dr. Simon Chitusi is with the Namibia University of Science and Technology, and Dr. Joram is with University of KwaZulu-Natal. Over to you, Mr. Gerald. You can start sharing your screen. Please kindly note that you will have 10 minutes to make the presentation, please. Thank you. Mr. Gerald, are you able to hear me? I'm not seeing Mr. Gerald at the moment here. He's here. Mr. Gerald, can you kindly unmute yourself, please?
Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you very clear. You may start sharing the screen, please. Thank you.
I have a challenge with starting the video. It's not opening up. Can you see me, Prof?
No, I cannot see you. Maybe you can just share the screen. Let's try on that.
Okay.
Or else, Mr. Cloyd, what we can do? Oh, yeah, I can see you now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof. I can see you too.
Great. You can please start sharing your screen, please, Mr. Gerald.
Is that clear, Prof?
The screen is not yet here. If you're having technical issues, I can go to the next presenter, then come back to you after that, maybe after 10-20 minutes. Okay.
Give me a second, Prof.
Yeah.
Is that opening up, Professor?
You can see your desktop. Just click the PowerPoint.
Okay.
So you can see the PowerPoint.
Is that now clear, Prof?
No, we just see your desktop only. Maybe you can click your last file, which is a PPT final. Yeah.
Is it now there, Prof?
No, I'm sorry, cannot see it. You can just see your desktop. Yeah. Just try one more time, Mr. Gerald, or else I'll move on to the next presenter and come back to you if you are ready. Okay.
Okay. Slideshow. Is there right now, sir, Prof?
No, I'm still sorry. You can only see your desktop.
Do that.
Excuse me, sir. I think you have shared only a particular tab. You should give the entire screen share, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Gerald,
Prof, I think it's better if we move on to the next presenter, please.
Fine. And then I'll try back again
myself.
the next time. Let's see. Okay.
Thank you,
Sure.
Prof.
Thank you,
Prof.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Now we move on to for the technical issues for Mr. Gerald in Namibia. We move on to the next presenter. The title is 21st Century Digital Literacy, Learning Center Teaching by Dr. K. Suganti and Ms. M.L. Elian Brisha, Assistant Professor of English, Holy Cross College in India. Can start presenting your screen, please. And please note that we'll have 10 minutes for the presentation time, please. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. I would like Brisha to present the screen. She is the co-author of this paper. Yeah. We have the screen presented. So first of all, I would like to wish everyone gathered here, and it's a wonderful platform, a scholarly platform to share our views. Could you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but a bit on the lower side. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir. month. So I had the opportunity, and I'm encouraged by my institute to present this paper in Binary University. Thank you so much. And I have my co-author, Ms. Aileen Disha, who has helped me in forming this paper. So next. The title of the paper is 21st Century Digital Literacy Learning Centered Teaching. This paper focuses on the teaching methodology, not only teaching methodology, the outcome-based teaching methodology, where we have included learning as the important aspect.
presentation.
Next, we have in the introduction, I would like to talk about 21st century digital literature, where I would like to explain what I mean by 21st century literacy first. Literacy, it is a different form of learning, and all together we have gone into a new platform, and that's why we call it as digital literacy. So the challenges of survival is also dealt in the paper, how a person in a digital literacy era, maybe immigrant or migrant or a native of digital literacy, they have to face these challenges of survival throughout learning. And for this, we have chosen learning-centered teaching as the aspect, and we have changed the focus to learning-centered teaching, which can happen through blended learning and the other learning technologies, which was already enhanced and explained by our former presenter. So here, when it comes to learning-centered teaching, we have to think of the domain and the teacher-centered, the difference between teacher-centered and the learner-centered teaching. So here, the domain itself, it is transfixed, and the importance is given only to the instructor, whereas learner-centered, it is about the product. So the product here is just the learning. So through only when that takes place properly, the outcome will be better. So student participation here in teacher center, it is mostly passive. Of course, at times it is participative, whereas learner center, it is always active. It is always tuned to the skills and the minds of the student, because the learner has to be always on the move to get the process done. That is the process here, it is learning. So the role of the professor or the teacher, it is the leader role when it comes to teacher center, and they have to have the authority. Of course, they allow learning to take place. Whereas here in the learner centered and learning center, the teacher becomes the facilitator or the learning partner, because it is a simultaneous process. That is, it is a parallel process where learning and teaching take place according to the situation. And the role of assessment, we also have in teacher centers, we have few tests, assignments, and mainly for grading. The focus is only for grading. Here in learner centers, it is for the outcome-based learning, and we have many test assignments, and it's an ongoing process based on the feedback of the learner. So accordingly, we keep on changing. And the emphasis is on learning correct answers, whereas here it is developing deeper understanding, developing thinking, developing creativity. And the academic culture, we call about, in the domain of academic culture, we have individualistic and competitive temperament, and that is here, it is a collaborative and supportive one. So when it comes to learning centers, the product is the material which has to go to the go towards the learner. Next. So blended learning, is so useful, and then learning center teaching is also very useful to face the hyper competitive world. So we have the hyper competitive world where the uh, teaching platform keeps on evolving, changing, processing, and it is a dynamic design which the students will also face. So in view of that, we have to think of the teachers also. They have to be always equipped for the hyper competitive world. So next, it is the digital learning process, which is going to make this process become very smooth and comfortable. And because of this, the outcome-based education can be attained. So today, especially in higher education in India, we talk about the outcome-based education, where our college also gives more importance to outcome-based education. So the background of the research, it talks about the 21st century digital literature and literacy, sorry, it is literacy, and especially in higher education. We have taken higher education as the platform on which we have worked on. So we have the blended learning and learning center teaching, giving more importance. So blended learning, it is again, we know it is the normal classroom setup where we have both online and offline going together. Of course, in Holy Cross College, we are tuned and trained to manage this platform very effectively. Every staff and the student of the college is tuned and trained to manage the platform, not only manage, excel in the platform. So the ICT mode of teaching has become the platform for new education in the 20th century and education during pandemic. So pandemic is a particular platform we are talking about now. It is the present scenario. Actually, there will be more, and there have been more platforms like this, like the crisis, especially war, the time of war, how learning has taken place. So learning is a continuous process, so it has to go on and on. So aim of the research, it is again the 20th century, what is that, digital literacy we are talking about, and the responsibility of acquiring knowledge is on the learner. So every learner becomes so responsible for their investment. So the investment here, it is the education, and when they invest for the education, they have to include themselves also, and they become more responsible. So when they become more responsible, their resilience towards working, towards acquiring knowledge becomes more, and they also work very hard and find out new means to acquire knowledge. And the appropriateness of the acquired knowledge will make them responsible citizens of the world. This is one area which we take focus on, especially Holy Cross College. We focus on the outcomes-based education where they become responsible citizens. So when it comes to digital literacy, it's very important to become responsible digital ownership or digital learning or digital way of earning. So every citizen who is created by Holy Cross College or any higher education should become appropriate citizens of the world. So this holistic development of individuals will lead to building better world. So literature review, we have made a literature review, and we found out that there are more literature found on flipped classrooms, and then that is technology, blending learning, blended learning. But our paper differs from all these because we have taken learning centered teaching as the focus. And we have concentrated on the digital literacy and the learning-centered teaching. So the research methodology which we have focused is deductive methodology, and we have chosen higher education as a platform on which both the problems, that is digital literacy and learning-centered teaching and learning, both are simultaneous process, and this is also presented. And we have used the MLA style sheet 8 to document our research paper, and we have used the following font size and double spacing, and the language which we have used is English, which we have specified here because most of us, we use a different language to present our research articles. And the research objective, it talks about the challenges of teaching during pandemic. The pandemic can be substituted with different fields such as war, especially in Afghanistan. We have the same problem taking place, and in the places where there is social unrest, or it can be economical or depression place. So wherever the site can be different, but learning should be continuous. So the kinesthetics of teaching and learning should be centered towards that is learning. So learning-centered teaching will lead to all these problems. To lead to solve these problems. And the benefits of digital teaching and learning is also understood by all the people, that is the learners and also the people who are teaching. The appropriacy of value-based education systems also taken into consideration in the research objective. So the research questions, what is meant by 21st century digital literacy, which I have already spoken about. Literacy is something that we have to acquire, and here we are talking about the digital literacy, which is a challenging one, continuous one, and an evolving one. Every day there is a change in the digital platform, and we have proved, yes, as human beings, we have proved the possibility of changing to this dynamic idea or the design, new design, and it is also possible to create and also use the digital platform. And the second question which we focus is, what are the benefits of shifting the focus of teaching from teacher-centered to learner-centered? Always in any creativity, we think of the outcome. And here, if the outcome is going to be based on the learning, definitely it will be a better one than the learner-centered or the teacher-centered one. So the next one is, according to the theme of the conference, we have used the word pandemic, but pandemic is not going to be the only site which we are going to use for learning. So the third question will be how digital literacy is useful during pandemic. Of course, definitely the process of learning is maybe the pace of learning is changed, but the process of learning is continuously happening. So the summary of the finding, digital literature is the need of the hour. So it has proved that any part of the world could be connected through internet. Of course, you need the connectivity, that is different. So we need to encourage technical development in the world and awareness of the discovery through scholarly platform like this. And adaptability as a resource of learning and teaching. These are the dealt in the paper. So the next one is how this paper has contributed to the research. It has identified and accepted the changes in teaching learning platform, and it has proved that discovery of new methodologies will improve the content of teaching and clarity of learning. So the paper also recommends that more projects can be done based on the need of technical skills. And also, the paper recommends more workshops for training the teachers and the learners to know about the new nuances of teaching. So to conclude, this conference has helped us to identify a problem and provide a solution that can build a world even during pandemic. It also provides us with confidence and scholarship. Any challenge can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation on the 21st Century Digital Literacy Learning Center teaching by Dr. Suganti. And thanks for the slide sharing by Ms. Amal Alien Bishop. Now we move on to our moderator. First, with Dr. Saro for any clarifications or input into the paper.
Okay, thank you for the beautiful presentation, Doctor. I enjoyed it, and you exhibited mastery of presenting. Okay, of course, just like the previous two presenters, your paper, your research is a very significant one to the education industry at these times that we find ourselves globally. Most especially the fact that you have explained to us the transitioning from the teacher-centered learning approach to the learning digital literacy learning-centered approach, which is very good. So, and of course, you talked about other things like the outcome-based education, which is great. And I think all these are centered towards how to engage the learners in the classroom by active learning principles, if I may use that term. Okay, something struck me while you were presenting your study. Okay, first of all is that the learning-centered approach is a vibrant one, is an active one, and is a very contemporary one that is best for today's learners. However, we are faced with a pandemic that has given us no choice than to deploy technology, gadgets. I was reading an online article, and it suggested some things, and I caught some of those things it talked about kept me wondering, and I feel you are the best person to answer some of the questions that I thought about when I read the article. First of it was that, okay, to deploy the learning-centered approach, you need to engage the students, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you need to engage the students need to engage you. I mean, there have to be an active engagement from both the student and the learner. And the article talked about the fact that in a typical classroom, you've got students, some of them like to sit in the front. Some of them prefer to sit behind. And this is not anything related to the academic ability. It's just a preference. Okay, and that is one. On another hand, some students don't like to focus their gaze on the teachers. I mean, look the teacher in the eye or the face. Oh, I don't know. Is there something?
Guys, okay, we can hear you, Dr. Saro.
Okay, you can hear me. Great. How about the presenter? Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, so some of the students like to sit in front of the class, some like to sit behind in the class, and this is nothing compared with their academic ability, okay? While some students do not like the teachers to fix their gaze on them all the time, I mean, this makes them jittery. Okay, but in the online learning platform like we have in the Zoom, we have no sitting arrangement. Everybody sits in the front row. okay? And everybody looks in the eye of the teacher, and the teacher looks in the eye of everybody at the same time. So this can be an issue. So from your expertise and your presentation of your study, do you have any suggestion of how to mitigate these issues, these two issues that I've raised just now?
Yes, yes, sir. Very beautiful. Actually, kinesthetics. Kinesthetics is a form of methodology, yes, which we have to have it in the classroom, especially active classroom. This is also possible through online because I have tried it. First, we have to give the confidence to the children. Only then learning will begin. So how the confidence can be given, we have to show them how capable they are. Many of the children, especially from the regional region, they will lack confidence. So they have to be included into any platform, let it be a physical classroom or the virtual classroom. So I would like to share a classroom which I have made it useful to tell them how they can speak, just speak. So first I make them to speak in their regional language. So especially when it comes to learning a new language, especially English, it's not a new language, but in college level, it is a different, level we expect them to be with. So the language is exposed already to the children and they are there and they want to prove it. So first, in the first class, I would always prefer them to speak for 1 minute in their mother tongue. So they'll find it so difficult even to speak in their mother tongue. Then I'll be telling them, don't worry, you have the capacity to speak. You have the capacity to identify the problem of speaking, that is, you are not fluent even in your mother tongue. But definitely through education, you can modify and also refine it. So by doing this, the class becomes active and everyone will feel included. And no matter whether they are in the last bench or first bench, they will be there in the classroom. So there is no incentive, but just a spur that they can speak. So this is what we do in the classroom. So that the teaching or the learning begins. So when it begins, it's enough, especially in higher education. We have to just show them the way. That for that we should also be equipped and also be educated or qualified. That's where the qualification takes place.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. I've learned something from you, and I'll definitely adapt it. I'm pretty sure some other people have learned and they will adapt that. Okay, so one thing that struck me a lot about your presentation is that you gave some very good feedback concerning, digital tools that can be used. Okay, I want to ask a question. In the course of carrying out your study, I mean, from you speaking, I can see that every institution has to be well equipped technologically to be able to carry out this learning-centered approach and also to be able to even survive during this challenging period. Okay, but during the course of carrying out your study, did you in any way find out any challenges from the student perspective? In terms of deploying the technology, in terms of accepting the use of this technology or availability?
For the first time. For the first time. Before, till 2020, it was all physical classroom and we, of course, used ICT mode of teaching or flipped classroom. We shared with them PowerPoint, all those things. Of course, e-content also was given to them. But it was different. They had the experience of being with the teacher, and then we had the eye contact and we could identify, as the previous candidate said, we could find out what can be done. Immediately, we changed the methodology. The shifting gear was very easier. But now it is not that easier. So first, they needed time time was because first time when they were asked to take up examination in the through online, because till then they did not know the importance or the seriousness of online platform. They just miss the classes, they will join, or they did not know. But when it came to examination, they had so many questions. But luckily, we had a very beautiful team to teach them. And we had patience, and of course, the students also had patience, and they learned it first. It was not that easy to move to the online platform. But when they started, when they understood how important, they just managed to come out of that difficulty. So I think situations can make people to adapt and assimilate.
I like that. Situations can make people to adapt and assimilate. That's a great line. Okay, on a final note, did you ever encounter a situation where, I mean, I have encountered this. I was talking at a forum, and one of the question one of the students asked was, how about some students, I mean, this may sound funny, but it's the reality. I don't know if you ever encountered a situation if a student didn't even have the required resources to partake in the online platform. I mean, they don't have access to a laptop or even a device to use to attend the class. Did you ever come across that during your study?
Yes. Many students, they could not afford to buy one because our children, not all our children are capable, economically capable. So in the beginning, they were fighting, but the situation demanded them to get things done. So they prioritized and then they bought. There are so many good souls, they have donated smartphones to the children. Of course, government has also helped by providing network to them. Network in the sense data. I think 2 GB data is given to the students. So by doing that, definitely they have benefited a lot. There are so many people, so many families, they will be having only one cell phone. They could afford only one cell phone, but they managed to share it. And we have synchronous class and asynchronous class to manage the distribution of data. So this is again a humanitarian ground in which we all work. That's why I said it's all possible. Learning is possible even during pandemic.
Okay, that's good.
For everyone.
That's refreshing.
Yeah.
That's refreshing. That's refreshing. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you very much. It would be nice to keep chatting with you, but I know we don't have time for that. So I'll hand over to the next moderator. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Prof. Bipin?
Yeah. Dr. Sudarti, I'm very glad to know that you have blended digital learning with student-centered learning. Yeah, because it's not easy to use technology and then have the student-centered learning or learner-centered learning. No doubt this is not a new concept. Student-centered learning is not a new concept, but using digital tool to express or to teach using the student-centered learning is very challenging. One. Number two is you find that most of the lecturers, they no doubt student-centered learning is a ideal method, but I think many will fall back to the teacher-centered learning. So what your institution has done, as they have conducted any training or anything to change this, because many of them will be in their comfort zone. When they enter the class, they will tell the students, okay, this is what we are going to learn, and then they will show the slides and the teaching will be one way from the lecturer to the students. But so
actually, yes, sir. Thank you. So coming to our country, especially Holy Cross College, continuously train the teachers. We have continuous FTPs where we are trained, and moreover, our teachers, our seniors have also taught us how to adapt to the new system. So they have always taught us how we have to shift our gears to teaching and the learning center. Our focus is only to contribute to learning. So when we think of that process, definitely we can be sure that we will do justice to our teaching. We have to work very hard and to take the education to the students.
Yeah, of course we find that OBE is important when it comes to student-centered learning.
Yes.
What are the challenges that you face when you use student-centered learning using online tools?
Here, first challenge is we would not know whether they are present throughout. When we open, they will be there, but after some time, either they'll mute themselves or they mute themselves. They present themselves in a different platform. That is different. So to keep them alive, we have so many new tools. We get post questions, and then we will be having new games, so that they we keep on tracking their presence first. This is the first challenge we have. But when it comes to physical classroom, we can just make them to participate very easily. So that is
another suggestion is you can have the formative assessment. Instead of summative, you must have formative assessment.
Yeah, formative assessment is always preferred in learning base, because
it will become an incentive for them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sugan. Back to you, Prof.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, the presenter from Holy Cross College in India.
You, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we would move on to our previous presenter for technical glitch who could not present from Namibia, Mr. Gerald, on defining the future of institution in hospitality beyond COVID-19, a hybrid approach in higher education. Mr. Gerald Cleot from Namibia, University of Science and Technology. Over to you, Mr. Gerald.
Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much.
We are seeing your email screen at the moment.
Okay, Prof, thank you very much.
That's also one of the greatest challenge of online platform that we are practicing around the globe. Somewhere or the other, technological glitches. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Gerald, cannot see. You can only see your, what is this? The email platform.
Can you see the share icon, share screen icon? Can you see it?
Okay. See screen.
Hopefully.
Okay, Prof, can you see that now, Prof?
Okay, great, wonderful. Yeah. You can start before it disappears. Okay, carry on, please.
Thank you, Prof.
All right.
Good day, professors from Binary University, educators, ladies and gentlemen from Namibia. All protocol observed. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you very much for this opportunity, and I will be focusing on defining the future of instruction in hospitality beyond COVID-19, a hybrid approach in higher education. Now, my co-authors was Dr. Joram Ndlovu from University of KwaZulu-Natal, and then Dr. Simon Chiutsi from Namibia University of Science and Technology. So the introduction, COVID-19 has changed the normal way of teaching and learning in higher education. The traditional classroom teaching method are now becoming obsolete due to introduction of non-pharmaceutical health protocols. Students are now forced to learn from home. Face-to-face contact sessions has become a thing of the past, and homes have now become new classrooms. The background: it is known that COVID-19 has ruined almost all segments of the global economic system. Hospitality and tourism, and education in particular, was no exception at all. Mobilities were grounded due to stringent new normal policies that were put in place, such as working from home, lockdowns, school closures, work-integrated learning challenges, cancellation of events, and so on. DUSE 2021 claim that educators will find recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic very complex and basically prolonged. The recovery of COVID will require disparate cooperation from all parties. Therefore, putting lecturers on the front line of connecting, learning, and leading, a guide to education systems through this period of rapid change. The aim of this research was to study and investigate the strategies that can be used in teaching hospitality courses beyond COVID-19, and the paper seeks to discuss rare opportunities presented by COVID in rethinking suitable education instruction for hospitality beyond the pandemic. Now, we looked at literature review, in particular Arnov, imagining what education can be post-COVID. We looked at merging sustainability. We looked at dialogue thinking and inroad in digital technology and so on. And then lessons from Helter and so on, where they actually came across rethink aspects of higher education, profitability and private technology partnerships, which they actually started up, and a shift to leading and not managing as such. The methodology focused on as follows. What we did was we had to request a letter for consent, and that was approved. A qualitative approach was used. A pilot study was also looked at, very, very miniature, and the semi-structured interview guides was basically amended there. Telephonic appointments were scheduled, and that was voluntarily done. And I actually got 10 hospitality and tourism lecturers who were personally interviewed. As the interviews actually took place, that was done on a face-to-face basis. We adhered to COVID-19 social distancing regulations, and it was recorded. The researcher administered the interviews in two parts, and the second part actually focused on teaching and learning aspects in the new norm. Focused also on a saturation level, and we utilized a thematic analysis content. Research objectives: discuss the trends and best practices in classroom instruction, examine the opinions of academia relating to disruptions, analyze the impact of COVID, and then determine the future of instruction in hospitality higher education beyond COVID. The research questions were: what are the trends and the best practices in classroom instruction? What are the opinions of academia? We also looked at what are the impact of COVID-19 on the performance of students, and then eventually what is the future of instruction and hospitality. So the summary of the findings: 60% of the respondents actually indicated that the future of instruction should focus on the use of technology. Teaching hospitality courses should embrace innovative and integrated approaches. The respondents were of the opinion that the use of a blended approach could yield better results. Thus, a hybrid approach would pave the way forward. The results also showed that COVID-19 will change teaching and learning in the future. Hence, there's a strong need for collaboration between stakeholders to work together. COVID-19 has also resulted in disruptions on teaching and learning, with many students finding themselves in dire situations where they are stranded at home without adequate resources in particular. So we realized once again that teaching hospitality courses cannot rely only on online instruction, but it depends on practicals and theory in particular. The results also showed that practical lessons can only be done when students return to campus in particular. For instance, online programming is not suitable to all disciplines, especially in hospitality, and a one-size-fits-all mentality will prove to be ineffective. Whilst most colleges and universities include robust online learning components to the requirements of online learning far exceeds the current capacities in particular. So respondents also indicated that in teaching creative thinking techniques in hospitality, it should include the use of gallery walk, mind mapping, and so on and so forth. The key elements in creative teaching included the use of role play, experimenting, asking questions, and so on. And teaching hospitality present also complex challenges that cannot be achieved through online teaching alone. A number of changes in instruction have significantly been introduced in classrooms, like for instance food safety training also had to be looked at, and the techniques in particular, and we also had to focus on social distancing aspects, especially non-pharmaceutical measures and so on. Respondents were also of the opinion that teaching hospitality courses should result in the acquisition of hard skills, communication skills in particular, computer skills, and cooking skills in particular. Staff relations and adaptability, as well as accounting skills, was also of significance. The use of a combination of approaches remain the most effective and efficient method of delivery in hospitality in particular. So many hospitality education institutions should focus on incorporating both classroom and virtual learning approaches. The pandemic has had tragic consequences as well, especially in health and livelihoods, and then hence the future of instruction should take a pathway that leads to a configured future in particular. Therefore, the use of hybrid learning is a positive way of influencing the future of teaching and learning. Contribution. The paper contribute to current discourses of working from home, whilst most of the discussions on instruction during COVID-19 focused on online learning, and this paper contribute to knowledge in that teaching hospitality courses cannot rely on online teaching alone. The paper also proposes a hybrid approach, as a hybrid approach is promoted for active and deep learning in particular, since it gives both the facilitator and the learner opportunities for different learning, teaching suitable methods, and various needs in particular. So the paper recommends that in future hospitality institutions should actually focus on hybrid learning in order to become leaders in education and innovation. Since hospitality education involves constructivism, the paper promotes hybrid for active and deep learning in particular. The paper recommended the adoption of hybrid learning as a way of encouraging lecturers to be more proactive in order to improve their skills, in particular in technology as well. Thus, the use of correctly in the right way of hybrid learning can become an effective and more student-centered approach. In conclusion, learning in hospitality will take a hybrid approach in future, whereby online educational material will be combined. Consider the nature of hospitality, which is technical and vocational, which cannot be fully virtual nor fully digital. The teaching will require the physical presence of both lecturer and learner, while providing the learner some control over time and space in particular. So the future of hospitality education should have virtual elements of learning that are complemented with in-person lectures. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerald. Okay, may I kindly request the moderator, first Prof. Bipin.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Asif. Mr. Gerald, good evening. And it's nice to hear that your perspective is totally different from the previous presenters, because you talk about the hospitality programs. Now, as I understand that hospitality programs consist of two parts, theory and practical. Am I right, Mr. Gerald?
Yes, Prof. Yes, Prof. Very much in particular.
You highlighted the theoretical part, which can be taught online using blended learning, hybrid learning, and everything. But they find that the practical part is stunted because of the pandemic, COVID-19. So you find that the students cannot do industrial training, where you find to complete the course, these students have to be placed in hotels or any other hospitality institutions to complete their course. Am I right, Mr. Gerald?
Yes, Professor, that's very right.
Yes. So, what is the alternative if the students cannot do their industrial training? Do you have any alternative? Because we did, Mr. Gerald did highlight the problems faced during this what you call pandemic. So, what is the solution to that problem? Can anything be done to replace industrial training?
Prof, thank you very much for that insightful question, and a very beautiful question too. In particular, what we have done is, when we have redeveloped our curriculum, what we've decided on focusing on was the aspect of making it a little bit longer, making the curriculum a little bit longer in particular. And what we did was, we included 2 work integrated learning sessions. Now, this integrated learning sessions, one was 3 months, and the second one was also 3 months. So in total, you had 6 months as a work integrated learning process. What we then decided to do was, the first one had to be done at our hotel school on a daily basis. And we have the various departments. Since we have a hotel and a fully scale hotel, we actually have various departments here. So the students can be actually sent to the various departments. Like, for instance, number 1 would be front office, where they need to do their work integrated learning. Number 2 would be housekeeping. Number 3 would be the bar areas, food and beverage. Number 4 would be the kitchen in particular. Number 5, focus on purchasing, stores and control. And then in the restaurant in particular. Aspects that shouldn't be forgotten would be HR, which is also fundamental, and then obviously in the accounting department, which they should also be doing their work integrated learning. So that has already given our students quite a vast experience to be able to know what they can actually face in industry. And that was the first work integrated learning session. The second integrated learning session we mentioned that should not be at our hotel school, but should be outside, externally, at industry. And this is the place where you can actually seek for a chain of hotels. You can be signed up at a chain of hotel, like for instance, the Hilton Hotel, Avani Hotels, just to give you an idea, International Continental Hotels, and so on. So the second work integrated learning must be outside. So what I am simply saying here is the aspect of actually having our work integrated learning and practicals on the premises already gives the student a vast experience and vast exposure actually to know what is happening in the industry, number one, and actually focusing on moments of truth, how to be able to perform, how to be able to act, how to be able to become confident, especially when you are in front of that guest in particular, facing a challenge, facing a problem, or facing a complaint from that guest in particular. Thank you very much,
Thank
Prof.
you. Thank you, Mr. Gerald. Prof, that's all from me.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Osaro, for your insightful for this candidate.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. And Mr. Gerald, it's been great as usual listening to you. I'm particularly drawn by the fact that you are drawing a difference between the hospitality students and other students. I know you've said this, but in clear and specific terms, what would you say is the major difference between a hospitality student and another student, be it in the sciences or in the engineering or whatever, when it comes to learning in this pandemic?
Prof, in particular, let me just actually pull through the tourism students and then the hospitality students here, which is at our campus in particular. Now, if you look at the two curriculums in particular, what has actually happened was the tourism students, they do mostly theory on the campus, and then they go on work integrated learning, which is then basically external and outside of our campus in particular. But when it comes to the hospitality students, due to the fact that they will be working in hotels, and the mere fact that we have our own hotel here, fully fledged in particular, they have to actually start off with food production in particular. Let me give you a typical example. If you become a manager in a hotel, and on a daily basis, especially now with COVID in particular, managers, and those days are over, that managers sits in offices, behind in the hotel, locked away, and only focus on targets and revenue and cutting costs. Those days are over. Now with COVID-19, managers need to be on the floor, focusing on service, and number three, service in particular, staff relations, and actually ensure that the guest is more than happy and focus on a positive word of mouth experience. So our students start off with food production, where they actually have to make starters, main courses, and desserts. They have to make soups, they have to make sauces. And if they can't do that, Prof, then when they get to industry will be quite disappointed with them if they can hardly even boil or cook an egg for that matter. So it is of utmost importance that they go through from department to department, so that they can actually live this hospitality experience. What we expect from them, especially here at the hotel school, is to become competent, number one, and then number two, confident, so that they can actually give and provide service up to the best of their ability towards the guest. Not just day one, but in the future completely.
Okay, but Mr. Gerald, how can this component be achieved in the height of the COVID-19, where we got, movement restrictions, lockdown, social distancing in place? How are the students able to cope if they have to do this experiential learning?
Thank you very much, Prof, for that question. Very enlightful and insightful. What has actually happened was here in particular at the hotel school, we also, like I said, have a hotel and fully fledged. And we have long-staying guests, in particular at the hotel. The reason for that is, at the university here, we have quite a number of professors that comes and stay at our hotel because of the university where they are assigned to the various faculties. So what we had to do is, the first thing, we had to sort of start again off with retraining, food service training, so that we could actually show the students how they need to serve this time, especially taking the factors, the non-pharmaceutical health protocol factors into consideration, what they needed to do, focusing on gloves, focusing on social distancing, and so on and so forth. So we had to first train them again how to do it, where to do it, when to do it, and so on and so forth. And what we also did was we had to change our setup in particular. Instead of the guest coming directly again to the restaurant and so on, especially in the beginning, we had to ensure that we deliver the food at the guest, at their rooms in particular. So we knock on the door and then basically stand back, and then basically there was trolleys placed inside of the rooms, in front of the rooms, and you actually placed the food and the beverages on top of the trolley right in front of the guest room, where they will actually select it, and then they will sign the bill and so on and so forth, and you can then eventually return to your area of specialization and so on. But I need to mention that some of the aspects were a bit more challenging than others, especially when guests actually check out of the hotel. What we had to do is, you could not clean that hotel room immediately. So the hotel rooms was actually sanitized. Immediately as the guest checks out, it was sanitized, and then those rooms were actually left for 2 days before the students could actually clean those rooms. And then after the 3rd day, the students go back to that room and clean those rooms. So you can see that some areas, yes, it was definitely affected, and we had to actually stand back a little bit, look at what we could do here and there, and change some of the procedures. But eventually we managed. Eventually we got our guests back, and eventually we are fully ahead of challenges to actually ensure that we create and generate the necessary revenue that we're supposed to make now more than ever in particular. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Gerald, for that enlightenment. It was a good one. And I wish you all the best as you carry out your hospitality business. Not forgetting your studies also.
Thank you very much, Professor. It is really much appreciated. And I want to thank Professor Bipin Chandra and Professor Asif and Binary for the opportunity to be able to present. Thank you very much once again, and greetings from Namibia.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation, and greetings from Namibia. Now from Namibia, we come down to India. Our next presenter is going to present on Crossing the Rubicon, a paradigm shift in teaching and learning, role play and contribution of teachers, by Dr. P. Parameswari, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Fatima College, India. Over to you, Prof. You may start sharing the screen, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. I hope I'm audible, sir. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you're very much audible.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. I'm happy to present my paper in this wonderful platform. I thank the Binary University for giving me this opportunity, and also I thank my management for giving this opportunity. So my study is on Let me share my screen. I hope my screen is visible. Is my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. Is it visible now, sir?
It's coming up. Yes, it's visible now. Okay.
Yeah. So my study is on crossing the Rubicon, a paradigm shift in teaching and learning, a role play and contribution of teachers. Before start my presentation, I would like to explain the phrase of my topic, crossing the Rubicon. It comes from a very genuine historical event. It refers back to a decision made by Julius Caesar in 49 BC. That event changed the course of the entire ancient Rome. Actually, it means to pass the point for which there's no return. As we all know, teaching is a noble profession. Teaching is a noble profession which comes with so much of responsibility and duty towards the students. Teachers not only teach and impart knowledge, but also inspire and motivate students for life and to take decisions in their life. They keep working to boost the confidence of the students and direct them in the right direction. As even during the pandemic time, the teachers never compromise the quality of the education, quality of teaching, and thus the role play is highly commendable. That's why I have chosen this topic. Yes, the teachers are expected as well as they are forced to learn new e-learning tools, and of course, teachers accepted all the expectations of the management and responded positively. So without without uncompromised dedication of the teachers, this successful pandemic e-learning is not possible. Background of my research. There are many researchers coming up on the negative impact of pandemic on the education. We have talked about how the students struggled hard in connecting to the online education with the teachers, but there are cases teachers struggled hard to learn how to engage students on online. So I would like to quote two examples, two theories of Charles. One from Charles Darwin and another from Arnold Toynbee. Charles Darwin says, any organism best adjusted to their environment are the most successful in surviving and reproducing. Actually, any species that adjusted and learned not just to survive, but also for the rebuilding can tackle the challenges. And the British historian, meta-historian, he gave the theory of a creative minority in which he says a complex theory of the growth and demise of civilizations. Toynbee believes that the ideas and methods for meeting the challenges for a society come from a creative minority. The ideas and methods can be copied by the majority, which was developed by the creative minority. If there are leaders to respond creative in the midst of the challenges, where a great civilization will definitely emerge. So these are the soul of my study. With this ideology only, I started writing a paper on this topic. Aim of my research is to examine the mental and emotional strain and challenges and difficulties faced by the teachers for online classes during the pandemic. And at the beginning of the pandemic, many colleges and university teachers struggled hard to handle online classes, but then later they learn a lot. They have learned so many advanced techniques and they've mastered in that field. And in order to achieve that level, they have undergone so many sufferings. They suffered their health, the personal and family time they missed, and their sacrifice is very, very important. So it is to be highlighted. Review of it. Since I depended more on my questionnaire, I did not follow on other work, but still I just read some of the work from the journal Educational Technology and Voice Official and International Journal of Social Science. This theory helped me. They supported me in constructing my research questions. Research methodology. The basic method used in conducting my study was the survey method, in which I used a questionnaire as a tool. I have created a Google form. The survey consisted of 24 questions and it was distributed for 100 respondents. The target group of my study is obviously teachers of colleges and universities. I had chosen all the levels of teachers from assistant professor category to the professor category. I had shared my Google form link to the colleges and universities in India and Bangladesh. I have distributed my form to 25 colleges and universities. The Google form response was received for 2 weeks. My research objectives are to analyze the psychology and the challenges faced by the teachers during the pandemic and to estimate the positive responses of the teachers on remote learning, to acknowledge the contribution of the teachers in the midst of the pandemic for the future of the students, and also to highlight the various innovative e-tools and techniques handled by the teachers, for most of them which is not known earlier. The research questions aimed at knowing the psychology of the teachers during the pandemic and general and specific problems faced by the teachers, and the teachers' management skills, how they managed and how they played a dual role in home and in online, and special tools used for online classes, and the knowledge transformation of the teachers from basic level to moderate level, from moderate level to advanced level, and of course coming to the point, crossing the Rubicon, how they seize the opportunities. So these are my research questions. Based on this question, I conducted a survey. This is my findings. I have given 24 questions, but I have not taken all the 24 questions for my presentation, since some of them focused on what are the tools and techniques they used. So I cut that part. So my first question is, have you affected by any other disease other than coronavirus in the pandemic? For this, 14% of the teachers responded yes. The most of the diseases or the health issue was stress and eye infection, ear infection, and throat infection, the ENT problem they undergone. And the next question is, do you have proper space and facilities for online classes in your home? We are worrying, we were talking about the students' environment, students, students' potential in connecting with the teachers, but many teachers, they do not have the proper space to conduct online classes. 21% of the teachers responded they don't have a proper facility to conduct online classes. The fifth question is, do you have access to the internet in your home? Again, we are thinking about the teachers. How many of you are coming from rural background? How many of you have proper internet facilities? But teachers, they faced a lot. They faced many hardship for internet connection. 7% of the teachers responded that 90% of the teachers responded yes, and 77% of the teachers responded they do not have internet access. They have given explanation that if they went to browsing center, they have to travel to a city and they have to go to some other's house to get this internet. So this is how they suffered. And the sixth question is, are you being monitored by your institution while you teach online classes? Since my objectives mostly focused on the problems faced by the teachers, I have to deal with. There are many colleges who monitor the teachers, how they are taking. It is a good, it's a good thing. It should be regulated, but we have to think about individual. Many are not privileged. Even though we studied, we got job, the background, we cannot change our background. Many teachers, they felt very inferior in conducting online in their home. They have some disturbances in their background, especially the rural people, teachers who are from rural area, they struggled a lot. And they were, they have to undergo stress in their home, as well as if their family members come and asking something, they'll fear about the recording. And if it is offline classes, the teachers will have the chance of at least walking from one class to another class. But for online class, they have to, totally engage in front of the computer or a mobile phone. So 23% of my respondents said, yes, we were monitored by the management, and they felt not happy for that. And the 11th question is, what motivated you to keep going for conducting online classes even during this time? These are the responses. 5% of the respondents said it will be all right soon, so that gave me energy. And 14% of the respondents said response and performance of some students encouraged them to keep going on. And 7% of the respondents said concerning about the students' future, we tried. And 12% of the respondents said it is a need of the hour, so we have to go. And 4% of the teachers said hope that God will take care. And 3% of respondents said it's my profession, so I have to do this. And 20% of respondents said students' cooperation in doing the work, and that motivated them to keep going. And 15% of the teachers said it is because of the students we are doing this. And 20% of the teachers said they were very eager to learn new technologies, because many of them are not aware of the Google Meet, Zoom. It is a basic app. It is very easy now, but when we think about 2019, the beginning of the pandemic, many teachers, even the management, the college may be a very famous college, but if you ask some departments like Tamil, maybe particularly arts departments like Tamil and some other departments, most of them, they're not aware of technical skills, computing skills, but now they have also learned this, and this learning new things encouraged them to keep going on. And the 10th question is, what are your biggest concern about online teaching? 10% of the teachers responded lack of digital infrastructure for both students and the teachers. So this I want to emphasize here, lack of digital infrastructure for teachers also. 10% said that, and 14% of the teachers said time management is a big concern for them, and 10% of teachers said some students do not have smartphone and internet facilities, and 5% teachers said simplified and clear teaching methodology, and 5% teachers responded it is like a one-way traffic, and 10% of people said unable to ensure a full attendance. Of course, all the teachers will face this, and 15% of the teachers said it is internet interruption, and 10% of the respondents said students' careless attitude is biggest concern, and 10% of people said, what are your biggest, I'm sorry, I'm repeating the question. Okay. And I considered this as the important analysis of my study. I have asked how far you are familiar in the technology before the pandemic and after the pandemic. Here is the response. 27 people said, 27% of people said we were totally unaware of technology, and 38% of the people said we have basic knowledge on technology. I mean, technology means online education thing. And 10% people said we are moderate in technology, and 25% people responded as advanced level. And the same people responded for the next question. After the pandemic, the 27 was nil, and 5%, they improved to a basic level, and 60% of the people, they went to the moderate level, and 35% they have learned to advanced level. And another important question of my study is the workload for online classes, because my aim of this research is to highlight the stress and the problems faced by the teachers. Is 51% of the pupils' workload was decreased, but 49% of teachers' workload was increased. We are talking about online class. They have to face this workload as well as they have to perform in their home as well. And I would like to quote another thing. It is a time for many colleges, the NAC is visiting and some auditing is going on. For many colleges, the teachers were asked, actually the government is asked to sign the teachers, sign in the attendance. So they have to take class from online, they have to travel all the way, they have to think about the online classes, and they have to come and sign, and they have to go back to their house. So these are the mental stress for them. And the 16th question is about, did your institution give any special training regarding online teaching? Yes, we are encouraging the teachers, but many colleges, they did not conducted any training program for how to engage students online. And I'm happy and I'm very proud to say my college have conducted so many training programs. They have taught how to use Jamboard, how to use whiteboard. So many programs they have conducted, and so many refreshing programs also they have given. But many colleges they didn't do. 4% of the people, they don't want to say whether they conducted or not, and 64% of respondents said yes, their college conducted the training programs, and for 32% respondents, their college did not give any training. And yes, this question is about what are the how did you feel while you take online classes being home? Work from home. The response is 10% said too much of stress, and 14% people said it. This ended in misunderstanding between family and the teacher, and 26% of the people said it is unable to compromise the family, and 20% of the respondents said it was very high pressure for them. 4% of the people said yes, they can able to manage because they are very familiar in technologies, and hence they were able to manage home as well as the class. Because why the problem, those who not aware of technology, they have to create e-material now. If it is the offline, they don't have to sit and prepare a material. He or she will be a very good teacher. Even they need not to have book in their hand while they teach. But now it is compulsory to sit in front of the computer and to prepare the material. Okay, so for some, it is they managed. And 14% of the respondents said, as a woman, they were unable to manage cooking, and they are unable to care their children, and at the same time, they are unable to manage the online classes. And 12% of the respondents said it is very hard as a woman. Yes, this is another issue. This is another issue should be given very importance. When we talk about work from home, it is very hard for all the employees, but especially the women, they struggle very hard. And I'm sure there are many studies coming up in analyzing the women's psychology during the pandemic. And the 20th question is about, do you receive your salary on regular basis on this pandemic? Yes. So this is the very important question. Many colleges, they did not give salary for their employees. 18% of respondents said it was reduced. They give only partial salary. And 8% of the respondents said the management, the college did not give salary for them, but they were expected to engage the students in online. And to 74% of the respondents said, yes, they have given a full salary. So these are my survey. My recommendations on this area, the teachers have to collect feedback from the students time to time, because they are learning new things. Still, it is going on in many places. Still, online classes are going on. They are not, they are not looking whether they are learning. They are teaching, but they are not. They are failed to check the learning process. And colleges should give a regular salary, especially during this time. How they cannot, run their home, and they should respect the staff and give more space, not to monitor, and they should encourage the best performers. Maybe not in this context, but many staff, they work hard. So some sort of encouragement should be there. Maybe like giving, some special program like that, and they should arranging some refreshing events, and they should ensure a full attendance of the students. Most of them are not checking whether they're listening, how many of them coming and exiting the meeting, and they should help the students who are in need at the time of pandemic. Of course, many teachers, even during my survey, I found the teachers, they responded extra. I have not given only the objectives, I have given short question as well. So some of them expressed, yes, I helped a student by donating mobile, I paid the fees of the student. So they helped a lot. Still, we have to reach so many rural students, and we should encourage and continue the modern technology even for the offline classes after the pandemic. And to conclude my presentation, my study highlights the challenges and factors influencing the acceptance and use of e-learning as a tool for teaching within a higher education. Thus, it will be helpful to develop a strategic plan for successful implementation of e-learning, and to view technology as a positive step towards evolution and change. Teachers' effort and involvement resulted in the progress of the students as such. Of course, many students, especially those who reside at the rural area, that struggled a lot and underwent stress and anxiety, comparing themselves with privileged students. And they were assisted and monitored by the teachers, not only assisted and monitored, as I told you in the previous slide, they helped in giving mobile and paying the fees. So no doubt, the teachers developed their own selves and elevated the students into the next level of learning. And thanks to the advancement of technology and various educational interest groups, so many institutions and they volunteer. They have conducted many programs. Some they asked for registration and all, and many conducted free programs. They encouraged the teachers in learning things, and I would like to mention a special point why I mentioned crossing the Rubicon. The teachers, they not only learned new tools and techniques, they started becoming the resource person. Even my respondents said they are at the zero level, but in the process of attending the program, they become resource person. So this is what I'm meaning the crossing the Rubicon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. And we would have highly appreciated if you could have kept a watch on the time. You've taken over 35 minutes for the presentation because other presenters are waiting for their slots, So anyway, thank you very much for the presentation. Dr. Osaro, may I kindly come on to you, please, for your clarifications on this presentation?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much, Prof. And Dr. Paramiswari. That was a very enlightening presentation. Thanks a lot. I learned quite a bit from your presentation. And the content is very significant to our world. And I'm just wondering, it looks like, from one presentation to another, it covers aspects that actually I'm seeking answers to. So I've really listened to some impactful findings here, and yours has been enlightening too. Thanks for that. You did an extensive survey, and the good thing is that you covered from the teacher's psychology to that of the student. So there was no population among the relevant stakeholders that were really left behind, except of course the top management. Your recommendations were great. It pertains to a lot of cases and contexts that we can find around the world. Your conclusions were also good. You highlighted good conclusions. You did a self-administered questionnaire survey. I want to ask, did you carry out any form of reliability testing or validity testing for your questionnaire instrument? By chance, did you do that? Okay. Prof, can you confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Dr.
it looks like
you have to unmute, please.
Yeah, I think Dr. Parameswari is muted.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I just completed the questionnaire. I have not interviewed any person.
Okay, I mean,
survey is the question.
You did a questionnaire survey, and you distributed the questionnaire via what means?
I distributed to teachers, and I have distributed my form into 25 colleges across India and also to Bangladesh.
Okay, what did you give it face to face or you sent it online?
I sent online. I talked to them. I sent selectively. I sent, not randomly.
Okay.
I have taken a list. I have taken a list of the colleges because I had no time, so I cannot send randomly. I had taken 25 colleges.
Yes.
I talked to the college, the management, and I requested to give some 4 or 5 responses.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because you did a great job. I mean, your respondents were widely dispersed, and I know it would have been very challenging to collect the data. So that's a big plus for you. You did well there.
Thank you.
Having said that, I can see that you had a lot of responses which were varied. Some part of the responses, I'm wondering how we can help them or what kind of suggestions we can give, because I see for your responses, some students don't have access to the internet. Okay, so I'm wondering how those people can be well taken care of. Okay, some students don't have access to the basic devices to receive their lectures. So I'm wondering how those students can be taken care of in these challenging times.
The teachers have found the answers for that. Beginning, they struggled hard to to get connected with the rural students. Then we found, that is why the learn eat techniques. They recorded and they sent to WhatsApp and uploaded in the drive. And many teachers, many colleges, they have created a separate YouTube channel. They uploaded that video on the YouTube.
I see. Okay, that's great. So one of the research objectives, I think you had 4 research objectives. The first one caught my attention, and that is you wanted to examine the psychology of the teachers. And this will be my last question because of time. Examine the psychology of the teachers. And I mean, so from your findings, it looks, how would you interpret your findings when it comes to the psychology of the teachers towards the measures taken during this COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah, they struggled a lot, but they hide their sufferings and struggle. They continued, they hidden their suffering, and they move forward.
Okay.
Hiding their pains and suffering, they work a lot. They move forward.
Yeah, I can see. Apart from the salary issue, because that seemed to have caught my attention also among some of the teachers who were not paid their full salary. What other challenges do you think contributed to demotivation of the teachers during the period?
Actually, I was very shocked to see such a responses. Even well-known college, very near college to me, and well-known teachers to me, they said, no, we did not receive salary for 2 months. It was very shocking, but they're asked to. But that is what the psychology of the teachers. They do not get the salary, but they continue the online classes. That is the effort I want to highlight here. That is the role play of the teacher.
Okay, that is great. Thank you. I need you to know, Dr. Paramiswari, that your findings are very impactful and your paper is a significant one. Thank you very much for this. Okay, it's been nice discussing with you. I would like to move over to Professor Bipin for his own insight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Now, Dr. Paramiswari, I'm very happy that you have at least looked at the woes of the teachers, because most of them, they look from the students' perspective. Yeah, because we all are teachers, somebody must look at our welfare as well. But one thing I just want to highlight one question only. That is, you did the research in India and Bangladesh, correct? So
yes.
Was there any?
No, sir. I analyzed the teacher's mindset of India. I just circulated my form to Bangladesh.
But did you get any response from Bangladesh?
Yeah, I get 2 responses.
But only 2.
I particularly sent my form. I have taken down.
But what was their response? Was their response similar to?
The same response only. Same
Okay, same.
response. Even there also they did not receive salary. Actually, I got only 2 response from Bangladesh. 2 forms only I sent.
Okay.
In that, one person said he did not get salary for 1 month. But it will be credited later.
Now, what I've noticed is that the teachers are very resilient, very motivated, that even if they don't get the salary, they are willing to carry on their duties.
Yeah.
Congrats, Dr. Parameswari. Now, I'll go back to hand over to Professor Dr. Asif.
Thank you, Prof. Indeed, teachers are, that's why we are said to be in that noble profession.
Yeah.
We look into the greater picture of societal development without looking into our own development and other things.
Our
Thank
welfare.
you. Yeah, exactly, our welfare. Thank you, Dr. Parameswari, for that very timely required research. Okay.
Thank you.
So, thank you. So now from India, we move on to Zimbabwe. Our next paper presenter on review of the IT integration framework for our university institutional performance settings in Zimbabwe by Precious Kahuima, our DBA researcher at Binary University from Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much. Can you see anything?
Yes, we can see your PowerPoint. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. All right, my paper, the title of my paper is Review of the IT Integration Framework for University Institutional Performance Setting in Zimbabwe. My name is Precious Kawema, a DBA student. I also work for a university institution. Introduction. The common challenge facing each of the 24 registered universities in Zimbabwe, with a total enrollment of up to 130,000 students, is on the ability to drive the university leadership, grow the university, market reach and resource mobilization, and depict the positive image of the university. So in Zimbabwe, we have 24 state registered universities, and they are governed by an accreditation body, Zimbabwe Accreditation Body for Education, ZimChair. The key business problem is on achieving university institutional performance in an increasingly networked environment where e-learning, which is premised on ICT, has become a de facto standard mode of delivery. A long time ago, and before COVID, we used to have some universities delivering face-to-face and some universities delivering ODL. That was not necessarily online, but they would students would learn from home, but they would receive hard copy modules. But with the coming in of the COVID pandemic, the playing ground has become level. So we now see that ICT has become a de facto standard mode of delivery for everybody. Information technology integration includes the advancement and reconfiguration of information technology to reinforce business systems and improve on the university institutional performance. Organizational performance is a comparison of actual output as measured against the expected output as detailed by the institutional goals and objectives. So here we can see how ICTs or technology can improve the efficiency and effectiveness of business management in the schools. Background of the research. Information and communication technologies enables companies to provide products and services of highest quality at affordable prices, excellent customer service, penetration of new markets through e-commerce, global collaboration, improvement of productivity, and stakeholder satisfaction. So having the pandemic, with the pandemic, and having realized what the benefits of the ICTs or the technologies are, this is what then drove me to see how are the university institutions going to cope? How are they integrating the ICT? At what pace are they uptaking technology of the diffusion of ICTs? At what pace? How are they doing it? Because this has an impact on their adopting the technologies. Information technology IT integration includes the advancement and the reconfiguration of information technology to reinforce business system. IT integration framework reviewed is premised on 9 theories. So what I did was to review the integration framework theories. So I looked at a number of those theories, as we will be seeing as I get into the research. Aim of the research, purpose of the qualitative study was to review information technology integration framework theories for institutional university performance and determine how technology was being integrated in teaching learning processes in a university setting. It is ambitious to develop a technology roadmap for business administration and institutional performance of a university setting. Research objectives. My objectives were to evaluate the relationship between IT integration and university institutional performance and identify the technological gap in business administration and the teaching learning process in a typical Zimbabwe university. So like I said before, this was a way of finding out where are we as Zimbabwe now that we are being forced even by this pandemic and like I said, that technology has become the de facto mode of delivery. Research questions. What is the foundational framework underlying IT integration for university institutional performance from an administrative and teaching learning perspective? And I also had sub-questions. What is the foundational framework for IT integration in support of university institutional performance? What is the technology gap in the business administration and the teaching and learning process university setting? Literature review. We see there Kim C. and Keller J.M. 2011. Information technology IT integration includes advancement and reconfiguration of information technology IT to reinforce business and systems and improve the university institutional performance teaching integration model. This is actually what encouraged me to look into the integration model. And there we find that information technology integration results in a positive impact on performance following the use of IT tools in business operation strategies. So that was one of my pushing factors there. Some more literature review there. I'm not going to go into that. And some more, yet again, some more literature review. And this is talking about the TPEC theory, the technological, pedagogical context, content knowledge TPEC framework, which posits that a teacher must know and understand subject that he or she teaches, including knowledge of central facts, concepts, theories, procedures, if the teacher is to integrate technology in teaching. The domains are content knowledge, which is CK, pedagogical knowledge, PK, and technological knowledge, TK. So in order for the institution to really integrate technologies, the teacher has to also be well conversant of those technologies. We can see their main findings. The interaction of these three knowledge domains gives rise to three paired knowledge domains, namely pedagogical content knowledge, technological content knowledge, and technological pedagogical knowledge. And pre-services teachers has dominated TPEC research. For example, while 54.2% of the studies had evolved pre-service teachers, only 20%, 20.8 had involved in service teaching. What we're talking about is if the teacher only has theory and does not have practical use of that theory, then it will not help much if it is we try to integrate. So we are saying the teacher now moves from just having theory to being practical, being hands-on. And there we can see the TPEC framework. So yeah, it talks about all those things that feed into the technological adoption decision of the organization. We can see external forces, we can see its internal forces, we can see everything that really like influences that decision to adopt information technology in an institution. That's the TPEC model there. Research methodology with the positivist paradigm anchored on an experimental methodology. Qualitative research methodology was used and guided by underlying interpretivist paradigm that seeks to understand the thought process of respondents in a certain context and generate new concepts or theory. We had to, I had to make sure that I get an opinion rather than anchor or hinge my research on the positivist paradigm, which is like an approach that influences the worldview. I had to hear also subjectively what people had to say. So I had to do interviews and find out what the lecturers and administrative staff in universities had to say about it, their subjective opinion. The research design was mainly an evaluation and then supported by a brief case study. A survey was conducted at selected national universities to ascertain technological gap. You will find that in the full paper, I did list the universities one by one and the responses that I got from each and every of the universities that we looked at. And then we were able to put our conclusions and recommendations for each of the institutions, judging where they are by the responses that we were getting from the interviews. Thank you very much. So the summary findings, review of IT integration framework, the technological acceptance model, which is the term model, provides a clear explanation of the factors influencing new technology acceptance. TAM postulates that user perception of new technologies has two dimensions that indirectly affect acceptance. Perceived usefulness. How useful is the technology? Like right now, we are forced by COVID. The children will say, yes, I want to do your program, but I cannot come there. I'm afraid to get contaminated. So now you are seeing that it's useful for us to have a learner management system, LMS, to have online examinations, to develop online instructional materials, and perceived ease of the use of understanding of creativity and being fairly challenging to understand, and the use of tool framework identified 5 aspects for the organizational structure. To top management support is required for the information system implementation activities. Summary findings. A survey was conducted at selected Zimbabwe institutions of higher learning to ascertain the technological gap analysis with respect to institutional university performance and the teaching and learning process. The key administrative issues considered in reducing the technological gap include expanding the pool of lecturers, expanding the pool of students, managing the cost of education, and other specific gaps that include the following: gaps in ICT hardware and software availability and functionality. We were discovering that a lot of the ICT hardware being used in the institution is already obsolete. It has passed its lifespan. And some of the institutions don't even have the softwares that are required for them to carry out certain certain activities. For an example, for research, you'll be needing all those softwares like in vivo and all those statistical softwares which were not available. Gaps in ICT usage in teaching and learning, probably mostly due to technophobia by the lecturers, technophobia by the students themselves, gaps in ICT, in administration. Sorry, I'll go back there. Gaps in skilled personnel staff, gaps in internet bandwidth availability. We are talking about Wi-Fi because you will find that in a country such as Zimbabwe, most of the time we do have blackouts. So we will not be having electricity. Data is really quite prohibitive, very expensive, and there are no Wi-Fi installations at most homes. So really, everyone relies on whatever is at the institution. And so the gaps there in the internet bandwidth availability, you find that maybe even at that institution, it's not enough to cater for everyone. So speeds are really slow and it hinders the whole process of using the technology. Gaps in impressing recent technology, you'll find that the recent topical or effective technology is inaccessible, it's expensive. So you'll find people using really outdated gadgets and tools and ways of doing things because of the other really impressive and recent technologies, they are out of reach. Contribution. The research paper reviewed IT integration framework premised on 10 theories. Information technology integration is a very challenging, complex process for a university. Teaching and learning setting, particularly in a university environment that has financial limitations on investment in technological and where there has been limited skills and competences in the use of ICTs in support of teaching. So we are saying that the study helps to bring out all these issues that are there in the institutions. It shows how it's not just about let's integrate ICT. It then goes and shows what is lacking in that institution. Why are they not being able? It tells you it could be a hardware problem, it could be a software. It really helps point out what are the issues, so such that we will not have to just like take it for granted that institution is lagging behind. They don't want to move with the times. The research helped to identify, to show what is on the ground. Information technology used in education was a combination of processes and tools involved in addressing the educational needs and problems by using computers and other related electronics. Sorry, I lost myself there. Okay, by using computers and other related electronic resources and technology, the key administrative issues considered in reducing the technological gap include expanding the pool of teachers, expanding the pool of students, and the course of education. The study also reviewed that we need to have educated teachers. We need to have technologically savvy teachers or lecturers. And so by expanding that pool of teachers and bringing on board those people who are knowledgeable, we are it's going to help. So those are some of the things that we identify, that in as much as we want to adopt the technology or to integrate the technology, no one knows its full use. I was surprised the other day, someone saying that, you know, that we only use like 10 or 15% of our mobile phones. If we were to sit with someone who really knows how the phone works, you will be surprised there are a million other uses of the telephone that we do not know. We just use it for messaging and for texting. Recommendations. The university academic staff should undergo training and retraining in ICT to develop and have more skills and competencies. The university should employ adequate qualified ICT staff to support teaching and learning. Modern ICT equipment must be acquired in support of effective teaching. the technology gap in the business administration and teaching or learning process at the universities in Zimbabwe can be bridged by defining effective ICT planning, professional development, and engagement of lecturers and integration of technology into the learning system. There is a need for proper maintenance of ICT equipment, facilities, and the supply of electricity. Like I highlighted before, my conclusion, the technological gaps were lack of ICT facilities, poor Wi-Fi signals, library opening hours, closing hours to access the computers, and lack of knowledge on how to research through computers. Why do I talk about libraries? Because I discovered that a lot then of these students and lecturers would then depend on the gadgets in the libraries. So it would be like a scramble for machines or for gadgets, for Wi-Fi in the library. Technological gaps were observed in the following areas. Like I mentioned, gaps in ICT, gaps in administration, skilled personnel staff, gaps in content development, gaps in impressing recent technologies. So basically, I'm sure this is it. And all I can say is that the use of information and communication technology in the 21st century organization has a great impact on efficient management of operations, improved decision-making capabilities, leveraging competitive advantage, and facilitating of the IT integration framework for a university institutional performance setting in Zimbabwe with seamless integration and communication with key stakeholders. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Precious Kawema, for your wonderful insight and very well-designed PowerPoint slides for the presentation. Thank you very much. May I kindly request now first Prof. Bipin Chandra for your views, please, Prof. Prof, you have to unmute.
Thank you, Prof. Precious, good presentation. You presented with confidence, but I can summarize that ICT will definitely bring in increased performance and bring in efficiency. But from what I gathered is that, Precious, that to improve the usage of ICT, we need three things: the software, the hardware, and the personnel. If we can tackle these three, you find that we can use the ICT facilities to the maximum to increase our performance and also to increase our efficiency. Am I right, Precious? So what we are lacking is that the full use of hardware, software, and personnel needs to be looked into.
Yes,
correct?
you are very right, sir. But also in addition, sir, is the hardware itself. The software itself is hard to find. The suitable hardware, the up-to-date software that can be used is hard to find because it's not available at the institution.
Yeah, Precious, that's what I'm telling. Hardware, software, and the personnel. You may have the most sophisticated computer and all that. Of course, the people must be trained to use that. Okay? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I will conclude that and hand over to Professor Dr. Asif.
Thank you, Prof. Dr. Osaru, please, may I can have your insight, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation, Precious. I must confess, and I need you to take this serious, you're a great presenter. You combine mastery of presentation with confidence, just like what Prof. Bipin has said. It's a good one, and you need to keep it up, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, and the area of your study is quite impactful. We need this these days. We are experiencing a lot of uncertainties, and the more findings, the more research, the more contributions we get, the better our world will be. Okay, and yours is one of the significant findings. I must say that your use of, I think you used the technology acceptance model. I heard you mention that, isn't it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So that's a very good.
I used the term. I used quite a number of them, but the term was my main one.
Okay, yes. So that is where I'm actually going to. So in technology adoption, we have the TAM. We also have the TOE, Technology Organization and Environment. We also have the, what's it called by Venkatesh, the UTAT model, and a number of them. So could you in one, exactly, can you in just one sentence give me the reason why you feel TAM is much more better to use than the other models?
I think TAM is much more better to use because it considers then the usefulness, such that the usefulness of the technology, such that people are left with no choice but to adopt and to integrate that. So that's the reason why I like that one. We are not going to consider any other things but the usefulness and also the
ease of use.
The ease of the use, adaptability, and all those other things. Yeah.
Okay. Apart from the ease of use and the usefulness, which TAM model specifically pays attention to, what, in your opinion, I mean, this is on a personal note now, you are in ground in Zimbabwe, you are well versed in the education industry, especially the higher education industry, and this is coupled with the fact that this is your specialty, IT. What, in your own opinion, is not covered by this model or any other model, but is very significant to this present times that we find ourselves, that if you were given I mean, of course, you're a doctoral student, so what would you add to this model that will give it more robust implementation during this pandemic?
I think what I would probably add is the availability of the resources that, for example, in my research, I'm talking about ZIMTED, the Zimbabwe Accreditation Body. I would probably add that it should be mandatory for them then to make sure or to put in their budgets and make sure that the institutions get the technological requirements that they need in order to be able to operate post the pandemic.
How did I know you will say that? Because I noticed from your studies, your conclusion, you were hammering on the hardware, it has to be provided, and you are correct, it has to be provided. So the people, and I hope that when you're done, I hope this is part of your doctoral thesis that you would end up doing, so that you can suggest some of these things for the stakeholders, the managers, those that are in charge, the ministers, the government, so that they can in some way look into it, because they can be very subjective when they want to disburse funds. So except they are told about these things, they might not, know. So
very, very true. I actually came up with my topic for my thesis during my research methodology module with Dr. Sif in Zambia. But the title was Evaluation of the Impact of ICTs in Administrative Business Management in the 21st century. And I said to myself, I cannot rush to evaluate when I don't know how they've integrated. Do they even have those technologies? Okay. So I cannot rush. So I said, let me research something first, something that I can use as a background or a bouncing board. Then I will now get into my thesis topic that I'm going to present. But they're going to work hand in hand. Yes.
Great. What better time than now? Thank you very much, Precious, for this lovely presentation. I wish you all the best in the rest of your studies. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
Most welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Osaro, and thank you very much, Precious, for the wonderful presentation. Yes, indeed, it was a very nice session with you all back in Zambia a couple of years back. So, but now it's all online at the moment. Yeah. Okay. Fine. We come to our next presenter, We have got two more presenters for today. So our next presenter is going to present on skills of effective classroom communication, ECC, by Dr. Shobana Nielasco, Head Research Center of Economics, Fatima College in India. Over to you, Doctor, please.
Thank you, Dr. Asif, and very good evening to all of you. My session in this area of effective communication is on the communication of a lecturer or a teacher to a learner. This is a more a descriptive paper and an analytical paper. This can be applied, this effective classroom communication can be applied to all other forms of communications too, and mainly for offline mode. During this pandemic, many countries like India have shifted to the new normal mode of teaching, where we have less number of students and less hours of offline teaching. I pray that this session facilitate the learners, the listeners to be more effective in their own profession. Any communication can be effective when there is eye contact. Eye contact is the basic rule. Any teacher who has direct eye contact with all the students can easily reach out to them. Effective classroom communication, or ECC, is just stepping into learners' wavelength. In other words, a classroom communication is a two-way process and not a single track. The teacher has to grow moving from first level, fact level, or judgmental level, or in other words, the cognitive level, then to the feeling level, and finally to the encounter level. To enter into their wavelength, the student's wavelength, the teacher has to understand different learning levels of students. Different learning levels of students, both advanced learners and slow learners, in addition to the different exposure from where they're brought up and from their different economic backgrounds. A doctor's son cannot be compared with a slum living person's son. A teenager, to explain further, a teenager or a youth who listens to a movie or a song once and is able to repeat the content with all enthusiasm in a same manner. If so, why not the same guy emulate our lecture? So this is simply a test if we are an effective teacher or not. If the student studies again and again the same portion, it could mean that our teaching is not so effective. So now coming to this, understanding the different learning styles. Each student has different styles depending upon how they were brought up in their learning methodologies. So some might be interested in graphical picturesque presentation, and some could be interested more in participatory presentation. Some will enjoy when you present, explain with them with global context, and some enjoy the musical methods of presenting with songs and other things, or kinesthetic or etc. So depending upon how we try to the student style, we will be able to become an effective teacher. And of course, this teaching is basically a risk taking also. Not only teaching, it's communication. Any type of communication is risk taking. When you reach out to another person, there involves some risk. And when you're exposing one's feeling, it is risk exposing one's true self. So in your teaching, you are indirectly you will have to express your opinions. To place your ideas, your dreams before the crowd is to risk your their loss. And in spite, why should we take risk? We can just present the fact level and we can move out. You can present just the facts about the content and we can move out. Why should you take risk of reaching out to their wavelength? Yes, because it means a lot. Whatever we speak in the class means a lot to the students. If a student receives criticism, he learns to condemn others. Whatever we give, they give to others. And when when the student is frightened with the teacher, he learns to be apprehensive. And if the teacher doesn't approve the students' communications, he learns to, if he gets approval, he learns to like herself or himself. And if the student is approached with friendliness, he or she learns the world is a nice place to live. So the positivity is whatever we give will facilitate the students to grow. So the teacher has to be very careful, not only in presenting the facts. She or he has to be very careful in presenting the content. Sorry, the reaching out the students. So now let us look at the students' personal difficulties. They have too much of difficulties in this youth, younger days. We just approach the students generally as a student or as a learner, but the student comes with too many problems. Whether they are from the poor family or from the richer family, they have too many problems. And you need to jot out the problems that they are facing. Many are open problems and many other are hidden problems too. Being a counselor, I am and a trained expert, effective communicator, I know most of the problems that we do not know the students have. And only in the confidential sharing, in the mentoring methods, we'll be able to identify the difficulties. So when a student is in a difficult situation, your teaching or your communication or your lecture will become one-sided, because the other side of the person is completely locked. So when the child or the student is locked, your communication will not reach them. So it become a lopsided communication and it cannot be effective. So we need to facilitate the students to handle the problem. You as a teacher cannot go and handle all these problems. It is their problem and they'll have to handle. So a teacher has to become a mentor and a counselor. Otherwise, it will be your teaching is not effective. So it's and whatever we teach, the next content that we have to understand is about different perceptions of students. You might be teaching one thing from one angle, but the student will understand from her own background only. That we need to be very clear. So if we expect the student to present the content from our own perspective, that may not be right. So these pictures explain us very clearly, and all of us know about these pictures. So this one person consider this as 6, the other person consider as 9. Both are right. So a teacher has to understand that all students are right, because they speak from their own perspective. And this picture is about a lady and an old woman, and this picture is about two faces and a cup jar. Now coming to the lecturer's side, there are 3 categories of communicators. One is a bore. A bore is one who speaks about himself. A teacher has to understand that this clearly. And a gossip is one who speaks about the person who is not there. And who is the best communicator? It is a person who speaks about the person to whom we are speaking about. In other words, while we speak to students, if we address the needs of the students, we will become the best communicator. So it is talking about the need of the students, their personal or official or academic or anything. And we also need to analyze our own problems and difficulties. So every professor has their own self problem and their own official personal problems. And so we need to understand that. In addition, the verbal and non-verbal communication percentage, understanding this is very important. in the case of classroom, effective classroom communication, while you talk to a student, your words means only 7%, but your voice and tonality means 38%, and your body language means 55%. So if you really want to that, your words, class preparation, all this does not matter, only minor portion. And now coming to the next part of feeling analysis. Sometimes the teachers get angry with the students and they share their emotions. And now I would like to, as an effective communication trainer, I would like to give you a small sample of exercise that is about anger. Suppose you are you just take an example of your house. In your house, your father is moving out of your house in the afternoon. By mistake, he has left his phone at your house and he has left out. And till evening, he is not back. So you are worried now what happened to your father. And in the evening, around 8 o'clock also, he is not yet back. So you are really worried about it. And it is becoming 10 o'clock and you are completely stressed and you started calling everybody and you're asking what happened to my father, whether he came here or not. So now what is your feeling? It's all your frustration. You have lot of fear, you have pain, you have anxiety, you are sad, and you are very much insecure because you insecurity due to loss of the father and all that. So you have all these pains. But when he comes home, how will you express? You express in a different way. That is called anger. Okay, so you will tell that why he has not informed you and all those things. So every anger statements will have a primary feeling statement. So taking out these primary feeling statements will help us to find out the correct methodology to handle the person. So as a teacher, while you are getting angry with the student in a classroom, you will understand that you just try to extract the primary feeling behind that, then you will become a successful teacher. The student is not happy or she's doing something else, or you get frustrated. So you express that you are frustrated now. Don't get angry. So that will facilitate us to become a successful leader. And this is about the leadership skills, types. Okay. So here the most dangerous one is laissez-faire leadership. When you keep yourself away from the owning the responsibility. So when you fail to own the responsibility, naturally, it's a very difficult thing. And autocratic leadership is students having little opportunity for making suggestions. And in the case of bureaucratic leadership, they work by the rules. Okay, and democratic leadership, you invite every member, the student, and you get the contribution and then you make the final decision. And so as a teacher, we can just think about consulting the students, and situational leadership will be the best one. And of course, next one is about becoming an assertive person. So becoming an assertive person is very important because the other two are little dangerous for communication. Passive person and the other one is aggressive person. Passive person finds himself hard to say no. He agrees to all the students' demands, then he avoid by giving excuses, and then he also forget because he doesn't plan it correctly. So he tried to escape and he tried to keep himself quiet. And aggressive person, he expresses his view arrogantly and he shows as if there is no other way possible. He tend to dismiss or ignore the opinions of others' feelings. Okay, but the assertive person, he expresses the needs, wants, and the feelings directly and honestly, but allows others to hold different views without dismissing or depreciating them. So that is the way one can become an assertive person. And last portion is about how to organize a class lecture. If you have 1 hour or 15 minutes or so, you plan in such a way that you make it within that time. And the same way, before class preparation is the priority than presenting in the class. Presenting is only a one small part of it. So these are some of the information that I wanted to share with you with regarding this effective classroom communication. Considering the time, I have made it faster, right? Because all these things which I present in 2 day or 3 day, I'm just making within 15 minutes time given. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the presentation. And indeed, would love to listen one day to the lengthier version of the presentation. Thank you for that insightful research. May I kindly request Prof. Bipin? I think the topic is very close to your heart as well. So maybe, yeah, you are the first one to start. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shobana. It's nice to hear on what you call the counseling and teaching and all that, because I'm also in that profession. Now, I agree with you that what you call the communication is very important to have the effective teaching and learning process in a classroom. But as you already mentioned, I thought of telling you, but you already told that the verbal and non-verbal language or sign is very important, because you can bluff verbally, but your facial expression cannot bluff. And students will know. Students are very sensitive. They will understand your facial expression, your body language, the way you move, the way you talk. It's very important. That is true. Now, one thing that you said, that all students are right, maybe from their perspective, but it is the duty of a teacher to correct their perspective. They can be wrong from, they may think that the answer is right because they are thinking from their perspective, but we have to correct their perspective. It is our duty. And then you said that what you call, you mentioned that a student can recite a song but cannot remember what the teacher has taught. Now, this is where a teacher has to create interest in the class. He has to be creative so that when the interest is aroused, you find the students will learn better. And one more thing which you did not mention was teaching aids. Now, you find that teaching aids are very useful tool in effective teaching, because if you just talk without any teaching aids, the students will get bored within a very short span of time. So we have to ensure that to make the teaching more interesting, we can have slides, we can bring some other tools inside, and then, or you can even have role play in the classroom. I do that when I enter class, and if the students do not understand, I have a role play, and they have a clearer understanding. And at first, I think that in the beginning, we must have ice breaking, because to get the attention, the students may not be ready to learn. So if you can have ice breaking, just ask 1 or 2 sentences. How are you today? How is everything? You break the ice, they become attentive to you again. So these are the things that I want to share with you. And
thank you, Bipin,
for your and teachers can also become role model, because students, especially in the primary school and lower secondary school, will follow whatever their teachers say. I had a very bad experience where by mistake, my son's primary school teacher said 3 + 2 = 6. He came back and he said, he showed the book 3 + 2. I checked the book at those days when I was younger. I said, this is wrong. He says, no, my teacher said 3 + 2 = 6. And he insisted that his teacher is right. So we become role model, not only in the facts and contents that we disseminate to the students, but our behavior, the language that we use, it will be copied, because we become the role model to the students, especially at the younger age.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share with you. Yeah, Shobana.
Just I respond to the 2 content that you mentioned. First, about perception. Perception, everybody is right from their perspective. Unless and otherwise, the student consider, generally, mostly what is happening is this important thing that we seniors have to understand. Many times,
No. You see, Shobana, you are right. You are right. a student may feel right from his perspective. It is our duty to correct the perception. It is our duty to correct the perception. If not, he goes back with the wrong perception. That is all. I'm not telling that you tell the student
I
wrong.
would like to give us some clarification here. So sometimes in the counseling, the teachers or the parents, all of us have a ego. Ego status is little higher, and we think that what we say is right. And also, the listening part of the teaching is very less, because we in the counseling we have call it as parental ego. So that ego is very high for the teachers, that we fail to listen to them. And when we sit and listen to them from their perspective, many times their answers could be much better. Because sometimes you will say that you have a strong belief in religion. Okay, you say that God is good and he does all this. But he says that he doesn't believe in God. Okay, so there is no God and you have created this structure for your own satisfaction and all that. Then you sit and talk to the child. He will have really a very deep and very justifiable responses, and which you might also get convinced. It is a truth or a fact. If you are a Christian, if you are a Hindu, you have a very strong belief in the religious system. You can never accept the child or the student's belief. But when you sit and listen to them, because they get a lot of exposure, excessive exposure, unlike us, they're too fast. And the seniors or the senior citizens or whatever it is, we need to understand that they are also good. They also could be good. That is the first thing that teaching could reach the students. Giving 1 hour lecture or 2 hour lecture is not important. Anybody can speak.
No,
But
Shobana, please let me interfere. Let me intervene here. Now, what I'm trying to say is not that every student is wrong. If a student has a wrong perspective, it is our duty to correct that wrong perspective. Now, you may say that students may also have their own perception. Now, you find that as a qualified counselor, you must be a good listener. Because when there are times when a client comes to you, now he just wants to share his feelings, his thoughts with somebody. And if you become a good counselor, he becomes relieved greatly. And you find that a big portion of his problem is already solved. I'm a qualified counselor. I'm a clinical counselor. So I dare to tell you, I'm a licensed counselor. Okay. So I think that is one. And then do you agree that teaching aids are important? I think she's already
with regard
frozen.
to teaching aid,
Okay, Prof.
me to answer.
Okay, Prof. Never mind, it's okay. Prof, I
Okay.
think I hand back to you.
All right.
It's
Thank
already
you.
passed.
Thank you, Prof. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Osaro, please, anything you want to clarify further?
Okay, yeah, I was just amazed by the presentation. I really enjoyed this presentation, Dr. Shobana. Thank you for it. I learned a lot. And at the time, I was trying to put notes down, so that I can read further, because this pertains to a lot of things that teachers need in the classroom and also in the daily life, how to psychologically study people and to present the best behavior, at each particular time, especially in the classroom. So I would actually, I wanted to ask if I could get, access to your presentation slides so that I can read it further, and digest it more, because it contains a lot of good information. But I presume that you have sent the paper to the conference, so I'll be looking forward to it being published, and I would love to read it, because it's just mind blowing. Thank you very much for that presentation, Dr. Shobana. And if I know people in the audience might, want to ask and seek some more knowledge from our wealth of experience, so you could do that in the chat box. You can ask her a question or two, and she would answer you in the chat box while we go to the next presenter. Thanks a lot for that. Okay, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors.
So thank you, Dr. Ozara. I'll share the presentation, and I am also giving the full paper. In addition to that, Dr. Bipin was saying the teaching aid. I have another important paper on teaching methodologies, which include all the virtual presentations also. All
Very
the
good.
virtual presentations. So complete full virtual methodology and partial virtual methodologies also. So I can just share that also. I'm just giving that also as a paper. So that because this is an area that where you are working on the higher education during and after pandemic, this online mode also will be highly helpful to everybody. I'll share all the PowerPoints and I'll share all the papers also.
Oh, that would be great. That would be
Very good.
great.
Very
Thank
good,
you so
doctor.
much.
Very good, doctor.
Thank you
Thanks
very
a
much
lot.
for that. Yeah.
Thanks a
Thank you
lot.
for that.
Want any training also, you can use my number and you can call me. I can give trainings also, effective classroom communication with small exercise, 5 minutes,
Okay
10
then.
minutes, small exercise. But
Fine.
all the content I have made within this 10-15 minutes, so it was little overburdening. So
Yes,
kindly
of
excuse.
course, Prof. That's actually the conference part of it, and we are binded with the time. I would definitely love to see the information. Yeah, we got your number here.
Okay
Thank you,
then.
and you can share with us in the email as well. So we'll share it with our colleagues and for their further reading. Thank you very much, Dr. Shobana. Okay. Uh, Dear presenters, we come on to our last presentation for today, our conference. This is on online education, a struggle for rural students in Tamil Nadu during COVID-19 pandemic by S. Rajalakshmi, Assistant Professor, Department of History, Fatima College in India. Over to you, Prof.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're very much audible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the Binary University for arranging this international e-conference. And let me start my presentation. Paper title is Online Education as Struggle for Rural Students in Tamil Nadu during COVID-19 pandemic. From a conventional education, many educational institutions in India shifted towards virtual learning. Urban students could quickly adapt to this mode, but it's still a major issue for the rural students in Tamil Nadu. Teachers conduct online classes through Google Meet, Zoom Meet, and they upload their materials in Google Classroom and even in WhatsApp groups. But all the rural students are not equipped with facilities like fast internet and uninterrupted power supply and electronic devices. Aim of the research is to inform a society about the issues of online classes faced by the rural students. The researcher has used questionnaire as a tool for the collection of data. I used Google Form to collect the data. Actually, I used the census method for the collection of data because the researchers work, that's I am myself working in Fatima College, and I took it the history department for my study. It reveals many difficulties currently prevailing in online education. The total strength of the history department in this academic year is 183. First year students 56, second year 55, third year 56, and PG, first PG, second PG totally 16. So among them 98 students coming from rural areas. So I collected the questionnaire from them. Research objectives to know about the availability and usage of electronic gadgets for the online class by the rural students. To find out the problems faced by the rural students in attending the online classes, to know about the impact of online classes on their health. I collected through Google Form nearly 25 questions. Some of the questions are, do you have a personal mobile phone, a laptop, a desktop, and faced any health issues due to the online class? And the government has given an impact to them. Do you use that? And do you face any problem in attending the online class? And you know the way of attending the online class. Then do you face any problems with submission of answer script in the online mode? And summary of the findings. Ownership of laptop and personal mobile phone. Generally, laptops and desktops are the preferred mode of accessing online classes. Most PG students who responded to survey have their own phones and laptops. but not all the students. Only 2% of students have fixed broadband connections like digital subscriber line or fiber to the home, etc. Only 2%. Only 2% only have that much of those. And nearly 29% of students depend on their family members' mobile phone for learning and attending the classes. So they depend on their mobile phone of their parents and especially siblings. In case they have to do any urgent duties, they may go out. In that case, the phones are not available to the students, so they miss their classes. Health issues. Watching small screens in a mobile phone for a longer hours could be detrimental to students' health. 72% of students faced health problems. Nearly 61% of them faced eye problem. Other problems like headache, body pain, obesity, depression is also there. Then obstacles in attending online classes and submission of papers. Among the 98 students, 87 students faced issues in attending the online classes. The issues varied from like network issue, household duties, then financial issues of our pocket, etc. The online classes required a high bandwidth and strong internet connection, but many don't have their facilities at their home. And even after writing the test, the students have to submit their answer scripts in their respective classroom. In submission of test papers also, they faced a problem. Nearly 50% of students faced many problems like uploading issues. Government scheme. The government of Tamil Nadu introduced Tamil Nadu free data card scheme in 2021. The state government provided 2 GB internet data per day to college students, absolutely free for attending the online classes. More than 9 lakh students in Tamil Nadu in government arts and science college, polytechnic college, engineering colleges, and students in private colleges get free data to attend their classes. And nearly 60% of students fully dependent on this free internet data given by the government, and expressed about its usefulness also. Family support is very essential for students' educational growth. They have to attend their online class from home. For this, they need the support of their family members. Nearly 80% of the students in the rural area don't have a separate room for their study. So there is a lot of chances and for disturbances like arrival of guests, others at home may watch TV programs and household duties, etc. Then nearly 50% of the students expressed that their parents compelled them to attend functions and to go out of home during the online classes. Then apart from this, if we ask the question related to satisfaction about online class, apart from the problem, 61% of the students felt satisfied with online classes. 37% of them felt that there was no need for the online class to continue for the next year once the current coronavirus is over, and they're eagerly waiting to come directly to college and to learn. Recommendation: local and national governments must work together with IT to speed up the process of bringing innovative and cost-effective online education tools to rural India. To conclude that, students in rural areas have to deal with the power supply issues, and they use the older electronic devices, which are often hindrance to their online classes. The rural students face more problems when you compare it to the counterparts. That is students in the urban area. Small percentage of students in villages possess a laptop and desktop. Furthermore, the purchasing of data plans for learning could also incur a lot of expenses for families who face already financial problems. The government of Tamil Nadu has introduced a scheme to provide laptop to the higher secondary students and free data to the college students. It solved the issue to a half a level. There have been improvements regarding the basic infrastructural facilities, but many of them are still grappling with these challenges to make education completely digital or online. I would like to conclude the presentation. I would like to recall the words of Mahatma Gandhi, that is, the future of India lies in its villages. So we have to take steps to bring some improvements in basic infrastructural facilities in the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rajalakshmi, for the very insightful information and the data records. Dr. Rosado, may I kindly start with you, please? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, Doctor, for that presentation. It was concise, and very smooth. Thanks a lot for that. And also, we appreciate that you've shared your wealth of knowledge with us today. I'm pretty sure everyone here is grateful for what you've presented to us. I especially like the fact that you have covered the area, most especially of those people who their voices are not usually heard all the time. The people who are, should I say, mostly forgotten by government and by other people. You know, you've decided to be a voice to them, and that is a very courageous move you've done. I hope somewhere along the line, the people in authority will pay a listening ear to what you've said and to what you stand for, and do the right thing. But I want to ask a question. Yes, you've tried to profile recommendations. You know, I looked at your findings. They were great, but there was a call for, you know, urgent attention to those who have, you know, been relegated to the background. Now, if you were in a position of authority right now and you had to make decisions, you know, what will you do regarding those percentage of students who didn't even have access to the devices they need for their online lectures? What would you do?
Tamil Nadu government has already provided free laptops to the +2 students. It could be extended to the college students also.
Okay, free laptops.
Yes, free
How about
laptops.
with internet, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so this is great. This is a good idea, which you have suggested already. So now this is the part I am getting to. How will you ensure the sustainability of this? Because whether we like it or not, like the previous presenters have said, this is a paradigm shift that has come to stay. In fact, I was reading online where someone was pointing out with the fact that there is a major company in the US, I would like to keep the name now, saying that from henceforth, employees can choose to work from home or come to work, even beyond the pandemic. You know, so this is a paradigm that has shifted and come to stay. So how will you ensure the sustainability? Are you going to be handing out the laptops just for now, or suggesting to the government to ensure sustainability in case of in the future where we would need to adopt more technologies? How will the students be catered for, as well as the institutions? I don't know if you got me there. I'm trying to talk about sustainability of this initiative. You hand over laptops to the student, but how sustainable it will be for coming years? You know, new generation of students. Are you going to push for inclusion in the budget, or what measures are you going to put in place?
Economic condition of the students is a main factor in the problems faced by the students. So we have to bring them up. So the government has to take steps to improve their economic level of
the students, right? Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you very much for that. Thanks a lot for giving time for us to discuss. I'm grateful. I would like to move over to the next moderator.
Raja Lakshmi, it's a very interesting topic because it's always at the heart of all the teachers. Now, I just want to ask you one question. Who are in a more critical state, the school children or the college students of dire need of laptop and the software, the internet?
College students.
The school children?
They watch their TV shows, and also there are a few channels which work for the school students.
So government aid is to the school children, not to the college students. You said that free laptops are given by the
government, yes sir, to the 12th standard students, but only to the government school students, not to all.
What first private schools they can afford, you see, private schools can afford.
Yes.
Now, Fatima College is a private college where the students can afford
aided college, sir. Aided college.
Aided college. So yes, the students who come from the rural areas, can they afford to buy any device like a handphone or a
Actually,
laptop?
they face the financial problems already, sir. So it's very difficult for them to pay the fees itself. In that case, it's an extra expense for their family, no, sir.
Mm-hmm. So then, Raja Lakshmi, how do you overcome the problem where you find that? How do you ensure that the learning, teaching and learning is effective to this rural group of students? When
The 4 students together, they attend the classes in the Google.
Okay, so they group together.
Yes, they attend the classes.
Together.
Yes, yes.
They group together
That
and
only
then
they
they
attended.
attend
Yes.
the classes.
Yes.
And what other ways do you help them? By sending the slides to their
Videos and lectures to the students via WhatsApp. So whenever they got the chance to watch all these things, they can watch something like that, sir.
And but the college students are only given the data card, isn't it, of 2 GB?
In their mobile number itself, the government actually the government collected all the mobile numbers of the students. In that they added the net provisions, sir.
So you find that besides the health problem, what I notice is also a social problem, because when these students are with the family, at times you find that, as you mentioned, that they have to attend functions.
Yes.
So that is another problem.
Without knowing the importance of the studies, and thus in the family, if some elder members are compelling these students to come, what are you going to do with this?
So that is a social aspect, social problem as well.
Yes.
Okay, very well presented, Raja Lakshmi. Congrats. Thank you. Professor Dr. Asif, back to you.
Thank you, Prof, for those comments, and thank you, Prof. Rajalakshmi, for that inside information. We hope that your research paper will really go into an action plan for the government to really help the non-governmental students as well. Yeah. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, dear presenters, we have come to an end of our 2 days of international conference, whereby we had one keynote speaker, we had 18 papers presentation. Those are academic, presented from 16 institutions and universities around the globe, and a marathon 9 hours of presentation in both the days. So those were some statistical information for the conference. I would like to thank the management of Binary University, our honorable founder and executive chairman, Tan Sri Dato Professor Joseph Adaikalam, who always encourages us for continuous development and regular upholding of international conferences. And this year, this is our second international conference. And of course, next week, our another international conference is coming up, is co-convened by Dr. Osaro, which is on the 14th and 15th on supply chain management. We'll send you the link so you can be a listener to that presentation conference as well. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, the convener of all our conferences, Professor Dr. Sulochana Nair, who was our keynote speaker yesterday. I would like to thank our Honorable Deputy Vice Chancellor, Pon Sri Datin Professor Dr. Rohini Devi, for her encouragement for these conferences, as well as she was a moderator as well yesterday, along with Prof. Sulu. I would like to thank our Director International Collaboration, Mr. Gilbert Adaikalam Elvin, who is continuously in touch with the collaboration. That's why we, under this platform, we have all the partner colleges coming up and participating in this conference. I would like to thank our today's moderators, Prof. Bipin and Dr. Osaro, for their time and their insightful questions and comments and clarifications, and listening to the presentations and commenting on them. I'd like to thank our technical team, Mr. Udaya and Ms. Najila, for the back-end support to make sure that this e-platform is being running smoothly with the YouTube and the Facebook sharing as well. I'd like to thank Ms. Vani from the finance department to have coordinated the registrations and the other parts of the organization. I'd like to thank all our paper presenters. Without you, this conference would not have been possible. The authors, the co-authors, and the attendees across the globe from Southeast Asia, Far East, the Middle East, Central Asia, Australia, Africa, and North America, to name a few who were glued in the Zoom, apart from other viewers on our live streaming, and many more who have joined our live streaming as well. Thanks to the all participating institutions, their management, for having this wonderful get together of the Researchers Carnival in both the days in this international e-platform. So I would like to once again thank all of you for your patience, for your deliberation, and your commitment for the development of the society as a role play model, as a teacher, as a icon in the society, to stand apart despite of all the challenges of the pandemic has brought into us. And finally, I would like to say, all of you, be safe and happy and keep on researching and be connected with Binary University. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Thank
Precious.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ashish.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you, sir. That was wonderful.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Professor Asay.
Yes, Willa.
Yes. Have you received my email?
Oh, that I can definitely reply you back on the email for your, is that your PhD research, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll reply that back to you
Annie.
already. I've already replied
Annie.
you. Check, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome. Okay, all of you take care.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, doctors. Thank you, professors.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you very much, all of you. Be connected with us. Yes, take care.